No, for some odd reason, the only thing going through my head is we made a donut.
Donuts and fairies.
Yeah, no, that's like, okay, sorry. It's because I re-listened to the thing, and I'm like, did we have another game last week? What happened? No, Fafnir will explain everything that Fafnir knows. So last week on the Skulls and the Shackles, Fafnir attempted to talk to Annalora and make a life preserver of some kind for when people fall into water. Unfortunately, it turned into everyone wanting to make donuts. And so they made donuts for the whole crew for a while. We're gonna have a lot of donuts for a while. Cookie Group, I think that's his name. He is Crabman, like Claximus but smaller. Made a big donut, which we used to take to Haken's Redoubt, something like that. Yeah, we went there. A whole bunch of squalls, boy and girl squalls everywhere. And they were very happy to see us. Apparently, they don't get a lot of visitors. They also have some very strange food kinks. But I mean, to each their own, right? So we gave them the donut, and then we looked around town for a little while. And I saw something shiny that I thought would be nice for Citrine, so I went to go look for it. And I decided that I would buy one, and then they were like, oh, well, what are you going to do to buy it? And I'm like, oh, I'll just give you money. And they're like, money's okay. And then I was like, well, fine, you can have something more personal. So I tried to give him scales, but then the guy was like, oh, nope, this guy had a different kink, and it was apparently making molds out of people. So I let him do that while everyone else was like, hey, we're going to go get the Pixie. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. I'll be here stuck. So they went and found the Pixie, which was fine because I told the not Squall that he could use me as a mold or model for as long as it took them to get a Pixie. It didn't take very long, apparently. And surprisingly, they came back and it was still alive, so good on them for being diplomatic. But old not Squall with the art kink was like, oh, well, that's a bummer. I guess I'll just have to do what I can with what I got. And I'm like, I guess you will. But now apparently we have to do something about 3 other Pixies that they don't like. So now we're going to go crack some skulls, I think. I'm not sure.
I mean, that'd be hype. It'd be very exciting if you did crack some skulls soon.
We should probably also mention that at one point we thought that the soaps were going to eat us. I'm fairly certain.
Oh yeah, no, on the boat we were pretty sure they were cannibals, but then they were like, no, we just like watching people eat stuff. I was like, oh, all right, that's fine. As long as you don't eat
really starved for company.
Yep.
Yeah, they live on a very small island. They don't get out much or ever, and they don't have a lot of visitors.
They are very civilized and very well off because nobody visits them.
Yeah. All right. Sounds like we got the gist of it. So we return to find your guys and girls spending the night as honored guests of the Sylph tribe that lives in Haken's Rebuke, which is the only town on Haken's Redoubt. And they have a donut feast celebrating the fact that they now know how to make donuts and have the ingredients for donuts. I'll be honest, you've been eating donuts all day. I don't know if you're still excited about donuts, but probably, because pirates have to eat some pretty shitty stuff.
Yeah, like different fillings and whatnot.
Yeah, even in a magical setting, you would probably appreciate getting to have some sweet baked goods. All that being said, they do provide on their end of things a whole lot of fruit. The fruit that they have, you are not sure what the name is, but
I think it's of the loom.
if you have, if you have a fear of things with holes in it, you would not like this fruit because it is extremely honeycombed with holes. So remember when I
Oh,
tried to make candy that had like air bubbles in it, and everybody was like, "This is disgusting. I'm gonna die." Like that's what this fruit. It's got like a white flesh, and it has sort of a pink rind, and you carve the rind off, and then you eat like the very airy, almost baby Swiss cheese looking fruit that's inside uh, the rind. So that is the primary thing that they like to eat, as well as fish, and they do have some wines and some meads, which is like honey and wine and alcohol. So that's kind of what they bring to the table alongside the donuts. That being said, these people are tired of only getting to have sex with their brothers and sisters and moms and dads, but they are definitely a passionate folk. Now, I was told that the majority of the crew was forced to stay on the ship and that they would not be
oh, we gave
partaking in
them
any of the
Squall also.
festivities. Right, and Squall lives there now, so
Wait,
that's
what?
that's his business. Ugly Squall, yeah, Ugly
Yeah, that
Squall lives
happened.
there.
Yeah.
Ugly
Yeah.
Squall? Why is he ugly now?
Oh yes. Compared to the other sylphs on the island, he is the ugliest.
Are these weeb looking people on the screen?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they consider Squall with his facial hair and his sideburns and everything to be pretty horrific. Meanwhile,
And all the
your horrific appearances, they just chalk up to being exotic. But Squall they consider to be quite ugly. So
Damn, that's rude. Why does he
yeah,
want to
and they
stay
they
then
call
if they're gonna call him ugly?
they they called him ugly in front of everyone, and everyone laughed at him. He still opted to stay. Basically, he's just tired of almost dying. Like first day he got eaten by a shark, and then it's pretty much been like that ever since. Like he gets cut down in all the fights. He gets shot, stabbed, poisoned. Um,
And now that he
you know,
can't
they're,
bang Sandara, I understand. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
yeah, and then his number one lay got shot in the arms of a kraken, and his number two lay he doesn't feel comfortable laying with anymore. So like he feels like maybe he's not supposed to be a pirate. That's kind of how he's feeling.
Okay.
So also, for whatever reason, I think he's trying to lay low. I mean, he is supposedly one of the sons of the Hurricane King. Hurricane King has a lot of enemies. Could be that he just wants a place to lay low. You never really got his whole story. So that's Squall's situation. Yeah. So, all that being said, um, what do you guys do with your evening? Do you just sort of enjoy being honored guest and sleep under the stars or on big piles of feather down silky pillows, or do you actually want to get up to business at night? Maybe go try to find these evil fairies in the middle of the night where they get a drop on them, kind of thing. Are you trying to formulate a plan? Like what is the deal here?
I'm
I
going to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we should attack anybody at night. Sounds like a bad idea. I say we do the do tonight, and then tomorrow we'll do.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the sylphs and ask them if they have any I guess metals or strong material that I could use to create a container of sorts, so that we could try to trap the Biraginyas inside of.
Okay. Yeah, so they have metal and they have metal workers. Their preferred element to work with is silver. As far as building a silver cage, they're not sure that they could do that for you in one night. Um, as far as other types of metal, they're not really into it. You know what I'm saying? They're not really into other metals. They don't really. make a lot of weapons, except for like, arrow tips and spear tips to use for fishing and whatnot. Because again, there's not too many natural predators on the island or near the island, since they are all protected from harm by the island's guardian. So as far as like tougher metals like iron and things like that, they haven't really had too much occasion to work that material. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll ask Tarina if the silver would be strong enough to hold these things, or because I know they can take down a bear.
Okay. So have you discovered a way to bridge the communication gap that you were having with this
Le
individual?
Diodario.
Ah,
With
okay.
Diodario. He can speak bear, right?
He can speak
Ursine.
Sylvan, for sure.
Ursine. Yeah.
He's proficient in over 200 languages, as you well know, when you had the audacity to list him under items instead of valued crew. But he's not sure he can remember how to speak Sylvan while he remains on that part of the inventory. If maybe he was to be properly sorted under maybe officers or at least valued crew, then he could probably dig deep into that calcium, and dig out the memories of how to speak
Well,
Sylvan.
he's my
But
valued
he
friend.
is an NPC. He's an NPCs of note.
Diodario, you're
He
my
is-
valued
Okay.
friend.
All right.
Yeah.
He actually wants Analora to show him the document so he can be reassured that you haven't moved him back to the items list.
I'll take the scroll out of
Mhm.
my bag
Mm-hmm.
and rolling my eyes, I
Mhm.
unscroll it
Okay.
and I point to the little spot under Mr. Pluggers.
Okay.
And before Phipps Chumlet,
Uh-huh.
this is Diodario, a talking skull we found on Aolo Island.
Mhm.
Wants to be a core member. He knows
Mhm.
all languages and has good knowledge.
Mm.
And I underline
I
good
see.
knowledge.
Yeah, the highlights sort of narrow into two.
I think he just cut out. I can't hear anybody. What's going on?
Oh.
Hello?
Sorry, I didn't catch any of that.
Yeah, so his highlights narrow into two tiny lines, and you can see him like kind of taking in the text, and there's definitely a lot of thinking going on here as he ruminates on the words that you have written and whether or not it is sufficient. I don't want to say praise because obviously he's not that kind of guy. But he just, he's worried that you just don't value him too much, especially after everything that you guys have been through with the thing on the beach and the Cyclops and all that stuff. You guys go way back.
Well,
He says,
if that's not enough,
I
I'll
can't help but notice, Laura, that my name is below Phipps Chumlet's name.
No, it's above Phipps Chumlet.
Oh.
You see,
So is
this
my name
above.
is my name the top name on noteworthy NPCs?
No, it is not. But it is if I scroll up this part and I scroll up the top of the scroll.
Even though in Valorian my name would start with a D and pretty much be guaranteed at the top because alphabetical order.
No. The first one is Ambrose Fishguts Croup.
Maybe you could just
Because
list
A
him
comes
as
before D.
maybe you could just list him as Drunkard Croup, and then I would be above him on the list.
But that is not his name.
That's a bit rude now. He's our friend.
And I also want to point out, I take out my inventory scroll, that you have been given a very special position in the key items box, which means technically a key item cannot be thrown away. We cannot accidentally delete you. We cannot throw you away. We cannot sell you. You are as valued as the emerald key.
All right, man, dropping the emerald key. All right, go ahead and do a persuasion with advantage. Yeah, the lights go real dim, and he kind of turns them to you. And despite not having any facial muscles or any other way to express himself other than the movements of his jawbone and the shape and size of his eyelights, you get the feeling on Allura, he thinks you're full of shit.
All right, what do you want?
Diodario,
What do you want?
How
Want your
about
own
this?
section?
how about this, Diodario? I bet you hate just dangling from my nads. How about we move you from my nads to my chest, and I hang you as a necklace.
Oh, I mean, boss, don't get me wrong. I mean, hanging out next to two dicks all day is certainly an honor, but I mean, if it's not too much trouble, I mean, you know, eh, have you seen those monk fellas? They wear the necklace made of big beads. Like, wouldn't it be cool if you had a necklace like that and I was like the central bead in that necklace?
Tell you what,
That actually does sound pretty cool.
that sounds really cool, and we're gonna get to work on it. I had to give up one skull I was
I would
gonna
wear it.
add, because I had that one skull.
There's also a lot of silversmiths here, and I am missing some teeth. So I thought maybe while we're here, maybe a couple fillers.
We can see about that.
Yeah,
Well,
fill in the gaps.
how about we see your
It's
performance?
just that, when we run into ladies, I don't want them to judge me too harshly on my dental hygiene because, I don't have, I can't use a toothbrush. So, you see, if we just fill in the gap like this, see?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's posed
Yeah.
and tried for your teeth.
Okay.
Fafnir can ask him to give you dragon teeth.
I kind of want them to match, I don't want the ladies to think they're going to get hurt when they see them sharp teeth, you know what I'm saying?
You think I hurt them?
I mean, I don't think you do anything to them if I'm being honest.
Well, there's that time he was with, the Undini.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I stand corrected. I am sorry, Fafnir. Okay, you want me to speak Sylph, is it? Yeah, I could do that. It's been a little while. Back when the old fair running the show. I remember those days. Oh, good times. It's a shame what happened. All right.
That was a quick turnaround. What the heck?
All right. So, who are we talking to? Who's this Fey diplomat that we're dealing with? Is it this kindergartner right here?
Yes, her name is Tarina.
Tarina. Okay. Tarina. Doesn't that mean rock bitch? And she kind of narrows her eyes, and he says it again in Sylvan, and she like smiles broadly and nods her head. And he's like, yeah, translates to rock bitch. So, all right, let's get started. What do you want to know?
I want to know if the Biraginas are strong enough to perhaps escape from a container made of this silver.
Well, a long time ago, Sylvan creatures really didn't like something called cold iron. Which you might be like, what does that mean? Like iron that's cold? It was iron that was treated a certain way and worked while cold. How does that even happen? It's complicated. Anyways, you would use cold iron and it would hurt them really, really bad. I guess they all unionized the monsters against the undead, and they fought real hard for like equal rights and equity and whatnot. And the undead lost like most of their really cool powers and their special abilities and immunities or resistances. And then to sort of balance that out, though, the other races actually lost all of their vulnerabilities and stuff. I mean, I'm here to tell you that there was a time where you could use a fireball on a white dragon, and that shit would do twice as much damage. But again, unionization, big grand scale changes to the cosmos, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm trying to say, friend of the boss, is I don't think there's any particular metal that's going to hurt them more than any other. But if you wanted to gamble on it, go with cold iron.
I thought we didn't want to hurt them.
We don't want to hurt them, is the thing. We just want to contain them.
You wouldn't be hurting them. The cold iron would be hurting them.
Yeah, but we're the ones who put it on them.
Well,
I mean, if you use that logic, I could shoot an arrow at them and it would be the arrow hurting them. No.
Because you would have been the one who shot the arrow with intent to strike the target. But if you created a cage large enough that they wouldn't touch the edges of the cage, and then placed them into the cage without pushing them physically against the bars of the cage, they would be the ones who then in turn chose to touch the bars of the cage.
So if we did like a little rat trap, and they walked into the cage themselves.
If you had a cage and they walked into the cage themselves, I don't know any fae if they have a cold iron allergy that would fall for that though. Like they can feel it in the air. But let me see.
Even if it was under an illusion.
What did you call these things?
Beeraginas.
Beaverginas? What?
Beeraginas.
Beeraginas. All right, hold on. And you see his eyes kind of go out for a second.
I thought they were called beer goggles.
If you're like rolling a knowledge check, it's a +3.
Did you say beer goggles?
It's a +3.
It is funny.
Okay. His lights kind of flicker back on. Oh yeah, these are kind of a rare one right here. So they're less than a foot tall, bulky as heck, so bulky. Like 9 hells are they bulky. Very strong for this size. Speed on par with some of the greatest Eldfair assassins. Possibly even the Luckborn. Hardy, intelligent, wise. Not that charismatic, so you have that going for you. Very hard to hit with spells involving their dexterous reactions. Pretty perceptive, insanely good at stealth. Because they're made mostly of clouds, they are immune to bludgeoning damage. So that's something to keep in mind.
What about magical bludgeoning damage?
I don't recall them actually being immune to magical weapons, though. If I'm recalling my lore correctly, this island is guarded by a powerful Loa of some kind that will wreck anyone that messes with air-aligned or air-centric creatures. So you haven't like swatted any mosquitoes or anything since you got here, have you?
Nope.
Okay, new
As
plan.
I hold out my arm with a bunch of mosquito bites.
They're nuzzling your flesh.
New plan. We throw one of the crew members in the air near the Bereginis, and when they attack them while they're in the air, they get smitten.
No.
Why don't we just make a deal with this Loa?
I vote lip.
We're pirates, aren't we?
Yeah, Fafnir is okay with this plan as well.
You want to talk to the Loa?
Well, yeah. I mean, if the Loa is what's keeping us from hitting them.
Wait, do we want to talk to the Loa?
If you're trying to kill them, why don't you just get them to hit each other or hit I don't know, the Squall? He's an air creature, right? And we don't need him anymore because he's a big quitter. He's quitter face, quitted. So,
we're not putting anyone at risk.
Wait,
I don't think
hold on. Who said talk to the Loa?
Claxmus raises his hand. His claw. His other claw.
That might not actually be a terrible plan.
Well, the problem is the Loa was put in place by Hyken, right? So we would have to talk to Hyken and not the Loa.
Why? Hyken's not here. The Loa is. We talked to the Loa.
The Loa's only mission is to protect any air creature on this island.
I imagine, I don't know what it is, but I imagine some sort of giant monster.
Hold on quick.
The worst that can happen is they're like, no, don't hurt the air creatures.
My question is, right, So
Unless you decide to, like, I don't know, punch it for whatever dumb
Well,
reason.
I mean, boss, why don't you just bamboozle one of these guys or girls to come with you? I mean, it seems like you and your friends are pretty good at bamboozling people into joining your crew. I mean, the ship's full to bursting with weirdos.
my question is, right?
Hey,
So the Loa is here to do the
Diodario
thing
is
to protect
weird saying
air
the name.
people, right? That's his
Do
job.
you know if these weird things
hold
that we're
on.
going after?
Wait, there's too many people talking. Well, which one of you's talking?
What?
Claxmus would
It
like
was
to
only
talk.
me
Claxmus was
talking.
talking first.
Yeah.
Yeah, one at a
Oh,
time,
I
please.
straight up can't hear Claximus then.
Oh, yeah, he's been
I can't.
talking. You've been talking right over him.
Did you
On
mute
my
him?
no, on my side it says he muted himself along with Lift.
No,
Well, I haven't heard lift.
Mine's on push to talk.
Oh, okay.
I've been talking.
Yeah, all I see
All
is
right.
him
Well,
muted.
let's let him finish talking, and you can try to figure out why he's not showing up for you. But basically, he's suggesting that you know, well, I
Okay.
don't know what he's suggesting because I can't really hear anybody because there are too many people talking at once.
All right. So
I'm gonna try and restart.
the Loa's in place to protect all air creatures, right? That's his
Yeah.
job.
That live here.
That live here.
So they say.
That live here. Okay. And the Belligura, whatever the fuck fairies, they're evil fairies, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but there are
Well,
also
boss,
air creatures that live
what is
here.
good and what is evil?
What is
We
good?
have
What
this
is evil?
conversation all the
But
time.
semantics, pedantics, whatever. They're in our way right now. That's all that means. That's all that's.
Oh wait! Hold on. And he starts speaking in Sylvan, which is a beautiful singing language, and he seems to be catching Tarina up on what is going on, and she just seems to be nodding and all that. And when he gets to the part about good and evil, she kind of scowls. She starts yelling at him, and he kind of rolls his eyes. And he says, well, someone has an opinion about good and evil. According to her, they are quite evil on account of they kill the black and white bears.
Okay. So, okay. Now you following with me now, right? They're protect these, and I point at the whatever the heck they are because I wasn't here last session. I don't remember. And I don't know. They're air creatures too,
Mhm.
technically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If the Loa has to protect all the air creatures on this island, and there are air creatures that are putting air creatures in danger, like now, wouldn't you just get rid of the air creatures that are putting all the other air creatures in danger?
They're using
No, you
loopholes.
see, yeah, they're loopholing. They're like being bullies without actually hurting them.
But they're putting them
Like
at
they're
risk.
stealing all their food. No, it's more about physically hurting them than mentally.
I suppose if we could talk to
Then
the
let's amend the rule to the Loa and be like, mentally and other stuff like that too then.
Hey, I have a question.
Then our regular pixie friends won't be able to live here.
I can hear Claximus now also.
Sweet. Okay. Well, he's as you're saying, he's very rapidly, like a proficient translator, translating to the Pixie. And the Pixie, not being overly intelligent, is trying her best to kind of keep up with the conversation. And right as she's about to say all the things that Annalora's saying, Annalora says them, and then she kind of like closes her mouth and puts her finger down, and then she raises her finger and opens her mouth and closes it again. So apparently, Annalora, you are covering all the things that she was going to say.
Yeah,
regard.
and there's one other thing we heard, Clax, when you weren't here. But they told us a story of the Loa and how another ship tried to fire at the island from afar, and within moments, the ship was lifted out of the water into the sky, maybe a good 100 feet or so, and completely destroyed. So I really don't think this Loa is something we want to deal with if we can avoid it.
Okay. So why don't you just so these guys these evil fairies are trying to provoke these good fairies to hitting them first. Basically.
Well,
No,
No.
they're just being dicks. Like
Mhm.
they're just trying to take
They're
over the
just
island,
douchebag
just
fairies,
be
that's all.
Yeah.
They're bullies.
So
They like being mean. Hey, so if it's any creature of the air that is not allowed to be harmed, does that include any creatures that have the magical ability to fly? Like if you were to cast fly on me, would I suddenly be protected because I'm now
No.
flying?
So
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
they mentioned
Diodario
they
answers
mentioned
the
how you
question.
have to live here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he repeats the question to the fairy, and she shakes her head, and she's like, she basically explains, no, it's if you have the element of air inside you or as a part of you, and you have dwelled on this island long enough to basically fall under its stewardship.
So what if the air creatures fight each other? Like, what if this pixie were to hit one of the owlet fairy? Would they both die, or
Well, maybe not even the Altfair. What if one of the Biraginias hit the other one?
Like another Biraginia.
Yeah, what if they got into like an argument and they slapped each other?
I wonder if Owlbear would fall under this this ruling.
Probably not.
It'd be funny though.
So do we
What, 'cause
want
he
to
has
try and get
owl in
them
his
to hit
name?
each other?
Cause he hoots. Cause he hoots and he has feathers and stuff and shit.
He's an ogre.
So I don't mean nothing.
So the pixie flies over to Annalora, and she kind of points to Annalora and she says something, and then she flies over to Claximus, and then she says the same something, and then she flies over to some nearby sylphs who kind of give her a dirty look because these things are obnoxious, and she says a different word, and basically Diodario explains that she said water, water, air. And she's basically trying to say these are the different elements that these people
Oh,
represent.
Neodario, ask her what I am. Is this fun game?
Let's see. I have to go back to an older edition to find out what you are. Hold on. I'm pretty sure you're water though. Brass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought brass was fire.
No, brass. No, I'm bronze. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're bronze. Okay.
Bronze.
You're probably lightning.
Bronze is water.
Yeah.
Or no, actually, no.
let's see.
Bronze is lightning. You're right.
Yeah, brass is
Because my
water.
breath is lightning.
Yeah.
I might be airborne.
Maybe. That's what I'm checking. They got rid of like the elemental listing for these guys back in the day, so I'm gonna check real quick. But while I'm checking that, figure out your other biz, I guess. So.
You are water, Annalora.
Nope. Bronze is also water. Yeah.
Well,
So
that's
she
weird.
Points at you and says the word, and it is also the word for water.
Oh well.
So,
What about Bubbles?
I mean, at the moment we have two plans, right?
And then she's kind of
what is
curious,
Bubbles?
and she flies over to Chicane, and she looks at you, and she says the word for water again. And she kind of looks at all of you, but then she sees Lift, and she goes over to him, and she kind of looks at him, and she kind of sighs, and she says water, because he's half sea elf, right? No, you're half wood elf, right?
Wood elf.
Yeah, okay. So she kind of looks at you, she says the word for earth, and then Bubbles, you also receive the word for earth.
So, Lift, if you turn into a bird, maybe you'll count as air.
Yeah, but he hasn't been living here for.
Yeah, I'm not.
ever.
I'm not a resident.
No, okay.
Let me ask. Lift's going to talk to Tarina and Bear, and say, "Hey, you said these guys are a bunch of stoners, right?"
She says to you in Bear with her squeaky voice, trying to sound like a bear, which I don't even know how to begin. So she's basically just like,
Yeah, the bears, the white and black bears are stoners. All they
Oh,
do is
Yeah, you get the kind of idea what she's trying to sound like. But yeah, all the black and white bears do all day is get high.
so not the evil pixies.
And they're wait, so
No.
Hmm.
so Lois not only protects the air people, but like the residents of the island.
Nope,
No,
just
only
the
the
air
air.
residents.
Just the air residents.
Just
Yeah.
so the
The
Baraginians
bears, they don't get any.
are beating up
protect-
the bears. These bears have evolved over time to be completely non-aggressive. So they only eat like, grubs and land-based insects, and then they even gave up on that, and now they just eat like poisonous plants all day. Maybe back in the day,
Be vegetarian.
yeah, back in the day, right? Back in the day, they were like vicious predators, dire bears, the whole deal. But remember, once this island came under the steward or the guardianship of this Loa, anytime air creatures were messed with, they got removed. So the descendants of those ancient, powerful dire bears are now just a bunch of vegetarian stoners. Now they make ideal targets for tormenting and murdering because they just don't know how to fight back. Like they're completely worthless in combat. So these three fairies have rolled up on the island. They realize that there's no laws here, really. There's no like law enforcement. There's nothing. There's no one here can stand up to them and stop
Wait, hold
them.
on.
So they're just kind of doing whatever they want within the limitations set down by the guardian spirit, which is they
How
can't
long have they been
they
here?
can't harm other things. They have been here for 3 moons.
I have an idea, Analera.
So 3 months.
Hmm.
They're not residents.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, who sets the rules for residency? Like Fafnir?
No, well, depending on what you're thinking, is like they just rolled up in here, kind of like we did. We could stay here for 3 months, and we wouldn't technically be residents.
Do you still have that
I mean,
that
we're
that
not
pearl
here.
of alter self? Do you still have that pearl of alter self?
I do, yeah.
What happens if we turn one of these air fairies that are good into one of the black bears?
I think alter self only gives you like different traits. It doesn't turn, it's not like polymorph.
Okay, I was just
But
wondering.
if we had polymorph,
Right, but I don't know magic.
I don't have polymorph. But the Pixies do.
That's true. Can we ask the
Tarina
Pixies
has
if-
polymorph.
Can we ask the Pixies if they polymorph themselves or something?
Oh.
Yeah, they polymorph
They-
themselves
yeah,
into
they-
like a bear, and then get hit.
Like maybe Squall.
Yeah, as Diodario translates to her, or as Lift translates via Bear, she gets like kind of an excited look on her face, like this might actually work. She does explain to you, however, that the transformation has to be limited by the strength of the creature that is being transformed.
So we
So
need
she can't
to.
tra-
The black and white stoners aren't strong, right? They can't hurt anything, so they're like CR0.
Well, they're bears.
Yeah, I
But-
mean, a pixie could certainly turn itself into a black and white bear.
Because they're like so passive.
Yeah.
However, it might be a good idea, rather than turning one of the pixies in it, to bring maybe like Deadeyes or
Squall.
Squall or one of the.
actually-
I don't know if he's lived too long
We
enough to
can-
count as a resident yet.
Yeah.
So
We can
maybe
always-
Big Brother?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and bring
okay. You're
him
gonna see
along.
if there's
That
any
way-
volunteers. Gotcha.
That way, if there's any little bit that goes over after they lose their bear form, they don't just die. Although, if they do, that could mean more wings for us.
That's true. I mean, it's win-win. You're correct. Theodora, don't ever translate that one.
Well, the sylphs don't have
you
wings.
don't translate the part about it being okay if your new ally gets killed on accident because then you get to take her wings anyways. That part.
Yes, that one.
Okay.
Like a true
It's
pirate.
too late, isn't it? You already did it, didn't you?
I'm a very fast translator, but it's fine. She was not willing to do this, and she's explained that she is the only pixie with judgment poor enough to hang out with people like you.
Well, that's understandable.
Okay, so now we go ask Big Brother if there's any volunteers to get hit while they're in a black and white stone or bear form.
Okay.
Perhaps
Be
their
sure to
strongest
say
warrior.
that this is to get them rid of the evil fairies that are bothering everybody.
I'm gonna say,
not just like for giggles.
Like as much as I want to ask for their strongest warrior, I'm pretty sure none of them are warriors.
Their sturdiest brother.
How good are you at talking and persuading people to come around to your way of thinking, Fafnir?
I don't know.
I'm pretty good. Actually,
So yeah, maybe the captain or I should handle this.
Captain.
Oh no, this island sucks. So
Usually
can't
we
hit
leave that
things.
to the... Tell me about it, Claxmus.
Like
I did nothing last night.
That's all I want to do. Like, what's the point of this cold iron anchor axe? Like,
you know what? I'll tell you all about the amazing night I had last night after dinner.
Whose idea was to come to this island? It certainly wasn't mine.
It wasn't mine either.
It's a lie. It was definitely like Claxmus definitely put the vote.
Captain's idea.
Claxmus definitely voted for this island. He's just playing.
Look! We had to get the stupid wings. We're gonna get the stupid wings, and then we're gonna get fruits.
Yeah.
We have
fruits for what? The fruit.
The devil fruits.
What is a
Did
devil
we
fruit?
explain the devil fruit to you yet?
No.
I
believe we keep putting it off. We keep putting it off, and we haven't told you.
What is a devil fruit?
We don't have time for this. We'll explain.
Oh, it's really easy. It's really easy. You remember the parrot? I mean, not the parrot, but the talking.
Captain Crackers. Yes.
Yeah, Captain Crackers. He ate a devil fruit, and then he ended up being able to talk.
Oh.
That's it.
No, that's not what That's not what Bambi Charney.
Yeah, he ate a devil
bubbles.
fruit. No, he ate a fruit and he became awakened. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
So it makes.
Are you sure he's not just a very intelligent parrot that can talk?
I don't know,
Like
but there was another guy that we met who ate a.
It was Hogs Pegsworthy, Captain Pegsworthy, the hobgoblin that ate a devil fruit.
What powers did he get?
We don't know.
We don't know.
But he does have a ring of swimming.
So let me see if I understand this. Another pirate captain told you that he ate some sort of magical fruit, but gave you no proof of it, and now you're on some wild goose chase for said magical
No, there's
fruit.
more. There's more because we met these crazy old band.
Those people I run into think
You're not making a strong case for yourself.
But that's how pirating works and treasure. It's all just treasure trails and clues. The real treasure is this. This is the real treasure. Our friendship.
What is? No.
It's the adventure. The adventure.
Yeah.
The real treasure.
Yeah. That's what.
Also, no.
On Firegrass Isle, we ran into a trustworthy old man who was a genie of sorts, and he, for the cheap price of 2 of our plunder, gave us not only the story and directions to retrieve this devil fruit, but also a potion to help us, or the recipe for a potion to help us get to it.
Okay.
And that's a credible
what
source.
What does the potion do?
The Dusty Desert Isle was once known as an island known as Kalima, okay? And it was connected to the Feywild, which is why we're here, the realm of the fairies. The connection was because of a magical tree that bears magical fruit. And it said that these fruits, once in a lifetime, grants a boon to anyone who eats it. And this was a secret for all who would covet the magic of the tree. One person who got special powers became a pirate and then started bragging about it, which is how the story started getting around. And people obviously began to believe the tale. Warlocks are in style, something, something, something. I flipped through my notes. There's evil fairies on the island known as Shadow Fae. They attacked Kalima, killed everyone, and then there's some big sandstorm there protecting the magical tree. But the rumors say that the lone tree is there in a very vast rocky desert. It's located inside a dungeon, one building known as Kalima Keep, and it is protected by powerful Fae creatures who control the wind and the sand. And in order to get through the sand, we need to create a potion called the Shadow Bomb, which is why we are here right now getting one of the ingredients for the potion.
What did you call it?
Let me get
All
this
right.
straight.
What
Now
is
let's get the wings.
Does this sandstorm surround the whole island?
I just want to say that you did an adequate job of recounting that tale.
So what you're saying is you trusted a crazy,
it's a credible source,
quote unquote, genie man.
Hold on.
He knew Diodario.
He's friends with the Diodario, and I trust Diodario with my life, with his information.
Mm-hmm.
I also trust
And we have suspicion. We have suspicion that he was the warlock in the story that he told us that killed everyone on that island.
It's not suspicion; it was confirmed.
So
Diodario.
powerful.
I'm pretty sure Diodario confirmed it.
Listen. Diodario says, Blue Devil and Dragon Balls. If these kids weren't chasing after gum fruits, you would be stuck going to the Isle of Gold, and you don't want to go there yet. It's too crazy. So just be happy that we're not going there.
There's also the Cannibal Isles we could go to.
Oh yeah.
But if this other island already has evil Fae, why are we here looking for evil Fae where we can't hurt them? Why don't we just go there and kill those evil Fae?
Diodario.
No,
because
it is conveniently not there anymore.
Impenetrable desert sandstorm. Didn't you listen to anything that Alora
If it's impenetrable,
To
how
be
did
fair, the way
other
that
first ones
Analora
get
said
there?
it sounded like the sandstorm was
unless
only
you
around
have
the keep.
Shadow Bomb. She did an adequate job of explaining what's going on.
Wait, so our whole
Right, but it
goal-
sounded like what she
our
said.
whole
It
goal-
sounded like that there were those shadow fairies on the outside of the wall, and then there was the wall,
Not
and then there
every
was the
fairy
tower.
has
We're trying to
wings.
get a potion that makes animals talk. That's our pirate journey.
No.
No,
You put it
he's
on
trying
your
to
eye-
get the
you put
fruit
it
that
on
make
your
animals
eyeballs,
talk.
yeah.
No.
Eyeballs so you can see in the sandstorm.
The
Where are
fruits
the
do
donuts?
multiple things. There's plenty of different things the fruits do.
Oh,
Like,
We don't know what the
story.
fruit does until we eat it. There's a story. Haven't you heard the story of the guy who ate the fruit and then he started being able
tell
to
him
stretch
about
his
the guy in the
arms and
straw
everything?
hat. Yeah,
No.
tell him about the
And
guy
yeah,
in
the
No, I
straw
haven't.
hat. And he went out to
straw
sea
hat kid.
and he started stretching his arms and grabbing things from far away, becoming a
Yeah.
pirate king.
I have
Or
no
at least
idea
that's what
what
he
you're
called
talking
himself.
about.
And then later he started blood doping.
The
I
one that
remember
can't
that.
swim.
Yeah, he couldn't swim. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a
I
guy.
think you're all
So
crazy.
let him get
There's a
stretchy and
guy that
talk.
can turn into sand, and there's a woman whose vagina is a carnivorous plant. There's all sorts of neat things the gum fruit can do to you.
Did you eat the gum fruit?
I-
Is that
I
why you're a
believe-
talking skull? Because you ate the gum
Well,
fruit?
maybe you could feed the gum fruit to your number one best friend Diodario, and he might be able to come back to life. You don't know.
You have
don't
no
know what the gum
stomach
fruit could do.
and or lower jaw. No, you have a lower jaw.
I am more than capable of chewing.
Are
I'm
you?
just saying, if there's enough gum fruits to go around, I wouldn't turn down a gum fruit. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, how about we just poison a donut and let the evil fairies decide to eat it or not? And then
'Cause
we'll
that's
just make
evil.
it-
That's true.
Doesn't that
Because
count?
Technically, wouldn't the
Well,
donuts be
technically,
the one
they would-
committing the crime?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
they
it's the
chose to
same
eat the
theory
donut.
as
You
the
force the
cage.
donut down their throat. Here's the problem, though. These guys are made out of smoke. Do they eat anything?
Well, do you eat anything?
I mean, he
Do
could.
they eat the
I
bears that
like
they
to
kill?
pretend to.
Maybe they pretend
Oh.
to.
Do they eat the bears that they kill?
He asked the Tarina, and Tarina says animatedly, with tears glistening in her eyes, she says that they eat their souls.
That's a problem.
That's
Yeah.
not-
Wait, which
I
ones are
don't
we
think a
talking
donut
about?
will-
The three here or the shadow ones?
Oh, the 3 here.
Okay.
Seeing that we've sort of looped back around on our conversation, I'm gonna start walking over to that big old egg house where we met Big Brother.
Well,
Sure,
hold on.
yeah.
Now that we know that they eat souls, I don't think they're going to be willing to be like, yeah, let's just go volunteer for this and get beat up by these things.
We
All
don't
right,
know
so
if they know that.
Big Brother's there, and he says, I greet you warmly, basking in the sun in the sky and the wind of our father blowing through our silvered locks. What
feel
can
like
we
this
do
should
for
be
you, great devil from beyond the horizon?
I'm just gonna sort of look up at the sun as he's doing that and be like, "Yeah, absolutely." So we have an idea. We've heard that there are these evil Baraginius fairy pixie things
Oh,
that are
he makes a
sort of causing you
disgusted
some
face.
problems.
Yeah.
So
Well, they aren't causing
we've heard that
us
they're a pain.
problems.
Right, but the Isle in general and what causes the Isle problems will eventually cause you problems as well. It's all sort of connected, you know. Lion King, Circle of Life kind of stuff. So
It is true that they are preying upon the creatures not of the air, and if they continue, those remaining creatures, who are passive and beautiful to look upon, will soon be gone.
So we're thinking about helping you out, and sort of getting rid of two birds with one stone here, and taking those pixies, those fairies away, rather than just some of the regular pixies. And so we have a fairly foolproof plan to make this happen, to get them sort of smitten by the guardian of the Isle. However, in order to do this, we need
you
a
will
volunteer.
burn the exotic incense that they cannot resist to draw them out.
Absolutely, that is exactly what we were thinking. And after we have drawn them out with the exotic incense that they can't resist,
then you will leave
Yeah.
them a bowl of milk and bits of cheese curd that they cannot resist.
right, yeah, so that it draws all three of them into this one spot. So incense to bring them close, cheese and milk, to get
Truly,
them even closer.
you know much of your foe. I am impressed.
Well, yeah, we've the whole time we've been here, nothing but nose to the books, just sort of grinding out this foolproof, super well thought out.
Then you know
and
too
researched
that
plan.
they dwell high in the mountains and prey on the black and white bears that live near there, feasting on the bamboo. So if you were to seek them out, that is where you would need to go.
That one we actually knew. Not that we didn't know the other stuff, because we definitely did. But that other thing we also definitely knew, just like we definitely knew the first stuff. Definitely.
Please make an understanding of these words that I am telling you. My sister and lover, she cares for you very much, and it would break her heart into many pieces if the guardian Loa were to appear and devour you whole. You must be careful not to harm these creatures in any way as you extract them from our island.
That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about, finally. So, our idea here is to get them to attack a creature of the air so that they're the ones that get smitten by the Guardian. And then we can just sort of like pick over what's left.
Do you understand that they are very small and the Guardian is very large?
Does the Guardian always just
he points to the mountain, right? He says the Guardian can coil around that mountain twice.
Yeah, we knew that too, for sure. Does the Guardian always eat things whole, or does he occasionally just sort of like smack them?
If it is a small threat, the Guardian usually does not deign to awaken and simply sends a bolt of lightning from the sky to smite the wrongdoer. Should that not prove enough, it will rouse from its slumber.
So this bolt of lightning, say the creature being smited is sort of lightning based. Do you think it would still harm them?
If you are worried that the Beriginias are resistant to electricity, do not fear so. They, most things that you think would have resistance don't in 5th edition.
Fafnir has a bad feeling about this.
No, the Beriginias would be smited, though they are quite powerful. It might take more than one smite to destroy them.
Okay, so our plan
Mm-hmm.
is to use the Pixies actually to help instead of harm, and maybe this can be sort of parlayed into a hey, stop messing with this thing later. After we did them the favor of helping get rid of the Beriginius. But in order for this to work, we need a creature of the air that's a little more hardy.
My sister and I fornicated in the woods so that we could enjoy some privacy from the others. And mid-coitus, she was transformed into a monkey. You could imagine how surprised I was and how awkward things were.
But did you stop? But did you
Look,
stop?
I don't kink shame. I don't kink shame.
But you see that these are heinous tricksters we're dealing with that do the most vile things. And he kind of like looks over your shoulder in the general.
You were the one doing the vile thing, but we'll come back to that.
He blushes fiercely as you say that, and you say that is exactly the sort of thing that a pixie trick does. It makes you feel as if you're the one to blame. They are the ones to blame, not us.
Did you finish with the monkey?
Exasperated, he looks over at you and he says, "Of course, but that has nothing to do with any of this.
Damn it, we should have bet on that before."
So watch out for these pixies. You think you found an ally, but I watch her and I see her green scheming evil from here.
Right. So back to getting rid of the evil fairies.
Yes. What exactly do you need? Do you require a guide or something to take you through the jungles? What?
Let's say yes. We need somebody. We need somebody that knows the proper way to burn the incense and set up the milk and cheese curd bowls to draw the Beriginius in. And we were just wondering if we would have any volunteers for that.
Someone particularly healthy.
Our island has no warriors, but I can provide you with our greatest hunter and woodsman.
Sounds perfect. Can you show me where he is?
Certainly. And he kind of speaks to one of the sylphs nearby. They nod and they go off to retrieve him. So while that's happening, what do you guys do?
While that's happening, I fill everybody in on all of the stuff that I just learned about the Beriginius.
Okay. Wait,
I mean, all the stuff that I already knew about the Beriginius. I'm going to reiterate the knowledge that we already had acquired.
Gotcha.
Cheese curds, okay. And milk. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And incense, apparently.
And forest and mountain. Okay. And lightning and giant snake guy. Okay.
Lightning.
And something about monkey fornicating. I'm not sure if that's part of the draw or not.
Bubbles might like that.
Well, we've seen that before.
That's ape fornicating. It's different.
I mean, it's similar.
All right. So they bring back.
Pretty
they bring back with them their greatest hunter.
It's Sephiroth. Can I?
Oh, great hunter.
Can I do like what I want to just see? Can this man take a hit? Like just like from looking at him? Like
you want to hit?
I don't want to hit him. No, I don't want to hit him. I just want to I want to look at him and be like, is it like an insight? Is it like an insight check?
Just punch him.
Yeah, you can do a perception or an insight check.
I'll do perception.
See if you can figure out what this guy or girl is bringing to the table.
A 10.
I mean, it looks like an androgynous, silver-haired individual like many of the others that you have seen.
Yeah.
Huh. I mean, admittedly, they got an 8-pack, so there's that.
Yeah, but they could just be markered on.
Maybe you
and
should.
they carry a grotesquely elongated machete, silver, so that they can, of course, cut down trees and brush as needed.
Okay.
Never for combat.
Maybe.
What is your name, powerful hunter?
He looks confused. Diodario
He doesn't
pipes
speak
up,
common.
and then he says his name
Is it Sephiroth?
is Hayes.
What is it?
Wait, what was it? What was it?
Hayes.
Lies.
Hayes? That's
No,
his name?
Hayes.
Mm-hmm.
No, his name's Sephiroth. I know it. I can already feel it.
Can I call you Sephiroth for
Is
short?
it
Yeah, he needs a
Sephiroth
nickname.
in Sylvan?
Can I call you Sephiroth
Well, I
short
mean,
for Hayes?
Hayes is apparently pronounced Sephiroth in Sylvan. So if
Yeah.
you wanted to call him Sephiroth, I guess you could. But for legal reasons, obviously, his name is Hayes. But I guess it's in his native tongue it would be pronounced Sephiroth.
Ah, so you say that Sephiroth. Okay. Well, to honor your native tongue, I think we'll probably just call you that.
Okay. Diodario explains,
easier.
and the man does not seem capable of smiling, but he does nod to you in a mostly positive way.
Ask him what the word for what they name cloud. How do you pronounce that in or what is the translation?
Translation of cloud?
Yes.
You want cloud in Sylvan?
No, like cloud would be the Sylvan.
Oh, what is
You don't.
what is
the joke
Sylvan
went
word
right
cloud
over your head.
Oh, yeah, cloud translates to clone in Valorian.
Nice. That's good. That's good. I applaud you.
It's fitting.
Yeah, it shares a lot of similar letters, so that's an interesting one. All right, yeah, so they are down for this. They are down for this.
Maybe we should ask. Well, like if Squall lives on the island now, you think he's accepted?
I think the
No,
time
I
limit,
believe you
I
have to
think
be
that's
here
I
for
think
a
it
while.
hasn't been long
time
enough.
thing.
Yeah.
They said something about it being a couple weeks last session, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, how are we gonna persuade this dude to be a bear?
Hey.
Okay,
how
are we
about
sort
you
of
just
like
ask
huddled up? We're sort of huddled up right now. Okay, so this guy thinks he's just being a guide to get us there and to set up the incense and the milk. So I mean, assuming that we just have our pixie there, sort of turn him into a bear.
I think you can resist it if you're not willing.
I mean, yeah, we should at least tell him.
I mean,
Yeah.
boss,
What
we'll bring it
what
up?
if this
but
guy dies?
plus, why don't you just ask him?
That's what. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
just
what
ask
I-
him.
It could be a fantasy of his.
Do we-
Maybe even
You
his
know,
final fantasy.
Captain.
here's
I think we should ask him. I think we shouldn't put this
Well,
dude in danger.
a
In needless
random-
danger.
random thought. Why don't we just go ask
look.
the pixies you found to play a prank on them and be like, oh, they turn into bears, and then they get hit, and then they get hit by electricity. The pixies don't like them.
Yeah, that was what I was. That's kind of where I was going. But okay, I suppose we should give him the option of doing it willingly first.
Yeah, we should definitely.
Like, listen, we're pirates, but if we can do this nicely, we should probably try to do it nicely.
I don't want to
Because
get
we can just
smited.
die if we don't.
Oh,
Yes.
why? So that we can
So there's a
come
there's a
back
limit
to Sex
to-
Sylph Island later without being sort of shunned.
No, so we
Yeah.
can leave Sex Sylph Island without being dead.
I would like that. I would like that last option.
Our ship is still parked here. So we
True
would
enough.
like to bring this man back alive if we could.
All right, Diodario, offer him our proposal to be changed into a bear for the good of the Isle.
Okay.
If he knows about furries.
Do we want to try to sweeten the deal here, or am I just going to tell him that the island is in danger and him turning into a black and white bear will somehow lead to the salvation of the island?
He's a hunter, so we can make it a little more personal and be like your livelihood, your calling in life is threatened. But then also put in the island, like island as a whole part, personal part. These guys are assholes part. Just sort of roll it all together into one big giant compelling argument. I trust you. Go.
Well, first.
You know what, Blue Devil? Why don't you do it, and I'll just quickly translate, and then he gets the intent from you, a mysterious stranger from afar, and not me, an object that they kind of don't like very much.
Yeah, they don't like skulls
That's
for
a valid
whatever
point.
reason.
Although the
first-
words will still be coming from the skull.
Same thing you did for me, but then I'll just you don't understand, I'm a professional translator, so I'll just be like a second echoing voice. You maintain eye contact and just do your thing.
Here's the thing, though. I could just look at him and say anything, and he wouldn't have any idea.
No, these are people of feeling and emotion. Like, they're going to just read it all over your face and in the tone of your voice.
Oh, okay. If you say so.
First, before you do that,
with glowy eyes.
Before you do that, Chicane, I turn to Big Brother and I ask, so these black and white bears, how attractive are they to your people?
He screws
Would
up
you
his
say
face in like disgust, like he can't even begin to comprehend like why you would ask something so insulting and offensive to him. Like it, oh my god. But you can continue talking if you'd like. But he looks like he's going to just throw up and maybe punch you. Like he's.
I just had the thought that everything on this island is very beautiful, so
Not
I was
like
wondering if these bears were attractive in any sort of way.
Not like you and your sister, Monkey. We're talking about when earlier when you said that the wildlife was pleasing to the eye, that kind of thing. Not like attractive sister monkey kind of thing.
Their narcotic fueled antics are quite funny. They will often fall down, hurt themselves, sleep in odd poses. Yes, they are a mess, is what they are. But
so you would not.
Many believe them to be quite adorable, I believe, is the word in Valorian.
Mm-hmm. But you would not have sex with one.
No. Well, no.
Oh, no,
okay.
I did actually mean it.
Go ahead.
Way. Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Chicane. Don't worry about it.
Did you think they were like Pandarans on this island? Is that what you were trying to figure out?
No, I mean, these guys like to have sex with anything, so maybe they would be interested in having sex with a bear.
Didn't he explain to you the trauma he went through with the monkey polymorph situation?
Sure, but then he also
said that he did it anyway.
Yeah, he's also
If you've already swam 3/4 of the way across the ocean, you're obviously gonna finish swimming across the ocean. It's an old saying, but it holds.
Are we gonna find a beholder hive at the end of this?
So I turned back to the hunter.
Okay.
Great Sephiroth, hunter of Haken's. What the hell's the name of this isle?
Redoubt.
Hunter of Haken's Redoubt. We come to you with a humble request for the good of the isle, and also for your own personal good, and the preservation of your livelihood and your calling in life as a hunter. The wildlife of your beloved island is threatened by 3 evil Beraginias, fairies of evil intent and murderous behavior. They seem to target things that your people enjoy, and animals that you also could have hunted. We have a way to get rid of these for you. We have a way for the guardian of your isle to smite them themselves. However, it does require your help. Not only do we need your help in properly setting up the incense to attract them, and the milk and cheese curd bowl to keep them occupied, we would also require you to be momentarily transformed into a panda bear.
Okay. Diodario finishes up right as you're finishing up, and the hunter looks at you, never breaking eye contact with you. Please roll a persuasion.
With advantage because I was hella convincing.
Sure.
Son of a bitch.
The man looks at you, and he kind of sneers, just a little bit. He kind of sneers a little bit. This is definitely the meanest looking sylph you've encountered since you got to this island. And he kind of eyes you up and down. And he's kind of taking in all the, everything that you're carrying and stuff like that. And he's kind of appraising the things that you have on your person. And he then says in a very bored voice, much deeper than his Bishonen body should allow. And then Diodario translates. He says that being a hero is all fine and dandy, but what else is there to sweeten the deal?
I turn to Big Brother and say, "Who's your second best hunter?"
No.
And I make sure Diodario translates that.
Okay, yeah, Diodario translates it very loudly, and so it's like almost a stage whisper, so that Sephiroth hears it. Yeah, and so yeah, he's like, well, I mean, well, I will try and find someone else. Is there an issue with Hayes that you are having trouble with?
He just doesn't seem to value the well-being of the island as much as I would have guessed from your best hunter. So we were hoping to work with someone a little more agreeable. Also, Diodario translates that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. You know what? Go ahead and give me another persuasion roll, just a regular one. This is more representing your manipulating this guy a little bit.
God damn. I have a +6. And
then you see like the corner of his mouth curl up in like a half like fox smile, and he just kind of cocks an eyebrow, and it's just like, and like looks away as you are trying to goad him into doing this.
I mean, I'm not just goading. I'll follow through with it. Like, I'll talk to the next guy. Unless somebody else has something in particular they want to offer.
Well, why don't we listen to what sort of things he desires? And yeah, maybe it would be simple enough for us.
All right.
Okay, so who wants to play good cop then?
Captain?
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, what are you willing to offer this dude? Or do you want to just hear what he's interested in?
I prefer to hear what he's interested in.
Okay. He likes the look of your different types of blades. He seems interested in your different blades. He wants to know if how do I put this, Bubbles? He wants to know if you have any legendary swords or blades.
I'm gonna turn to Anna-Laura. Do we have any legendary swords or blades?
No.
I turn to him.
Magic swords?
Turn to Anna-Laura. I don't think we do.
We have a masterwork dagger. We have a cutlass. And we have a longsword.
That's a basic cutlass, yeah.
But maybe it's exotic enough that he's never seen it before.
He
the
briefly
most standard of swords.
he briefly narrows his eyes at the weapons that are presented, and he just he turns and he says something to Big Brother. Big Brother kind of cocks an eyebrow, and then he turns and he begins to walk away.
I show him one of my guns.
That's not the sword.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but he's a hunter.
give me the cutlass.
Okay.
I mean, Big Brother says, "I am very sorry for his rudeness. If it is all right, I can send you with the second best hunter in our village."
No, we're getting this guy.
Are you sure? I mean, I suggested the best because you are our honored guest from beyond the horizon, and I wanted to do everything I could to please you. But if this is not working out, there are others who can assist you.
Fafnir has a question. Does it have to be a magical blade, or does it just have to be one with a good, meaning?
The guy says, honestly, he has no reason to need a magical sword. There is nothing for us to fight on this island.
Well, then I have a battle axe that has slain a kraken and is infused with its essence.
Can you ask why he wants such a sword? In the
Because
first place?
he has big britches and he wants to feel big and bad around the
Well,
island.
I'm just saying, if he wants such a sword, why doesn't he go out and adventure and go get such a sword?
That's my thought. We could get him.
Go ask him.
It's because they're all afraid that if they leave the island, they'll miss their chance to go back home with Big Papa Sylph.
Big Brother kind of nods and he says, "This dragon is correct. That is why he would not want to leave. Who would throw away salvation and eternal life?"
I have a battle axe for him.
For adventure? Because adventure's nice.
He seems to have kind of wandered off at this point.
What? No, get him back here.
Well, who's your second best?
Okay, so
all right, fine.
Another Sylph hunter approaches.
What about you, Big Brother? Why don't you just come along with us?
I tend to matters here in the village. I only go out into the woods to walk and see the beautiful flowers and birds, and to fornicate.
Oh, look, I knew it was Cloud.
So, this is Knight, is his name in Valorian. Knight is eager to prove he is a better hunter than Hayes, and it is for this reason that I was hesitant to send him with you, because often youth is brash and reckless, and does crazy things to try and prove itself. And I know that you strangers are too level-headed for something like that.
Yeah, honestly, that sounds like what we need.
Well, no, because if he hits one of them,
Knight has been caught on numerous occasions doing incredibly dangerous things.
Like what? Like, you can't just say that and not give an example.
Oh, he has jumped off the tallest mountain.
That sounds...
And then levitated just before hitting the ground.
That sounds cool.
He has, because of our ability to not need air, tried to dive to the deepest depths of the nearby coral reefs and was nearly devoured by a giant eel.
See, this is the guy we need right here.
So
this is the kind of guy who sounds like he might slap nothing
we've not done before.
He will willingly go out into the jungle and provoke pixies so that they will change him into the forms of animals.
See, there we go. We got this. This is the guy we need.
Pretty much perfect.
So I think you understand why he is a terrible fit for this delicate operation that you have planned.
100%.
Oh, Fafnir understands completely.
Well, that's true, but we have to make do with
what we got.
what's
Yep.
available, I suppose.
Yep.
Well, no, we can always just talk to the first one again and just trick him into thinking that he...
It's fine.
It's fine.
Faf.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, Sephiroth has made his intentions clear. I suppose we'll have to just talk with this Knight character.
Yeah, Knight.
We'll settle for Night.
Okay.
And
Knight looks like a guy who's always thinking about saying some really cocky comeback, but is too reticent to ever actually say it.
Now I'm gonna make a perception check to see if this dude can take a hit.
Okay. Yeah, you get the feeling that this guy could be standing over a ravine on like a rope bridge, and he could be squaring off against the strongest swordsman in the entire world, and he could take a 12-foot sword through the guts and then still get up and push that dude off the bridge.
This is our guy.
Like this is how tough this dude is.
This is our guy right here. This is our guy. Maybe you give him a little lick on Laura just to give him some temp, and then yeah. This is our guy for sure.
Wait, we're licking people?
No, she gives.
No, he's talking about her homunculus.
Ah,
like a good buffer, you know.
Okay. This guy has a similar attitude to the last guy. Like it's like he's trying way too hard to act cool. Like he's constantly like squinting his eyes at stuff and like trying not to smile, trying to be like really stoic. Like he's like he's trying his best to be as hard as possible. And he just sort of like watches you guys and listens to everything you're doing.
All right.
Well, my apologies in advance for what has happened. But I will speak with Big Sister, and we will prepare some of the incense, milk, and curds that you will require. It should take us less than an hour to have the things prepared for you.
Also,
while
maybe
we're on
some
that
silver
note-
nets, if possible.
Silver nets. That is actually something that we do have.
Just in case.
What is the significance of these nets? Will you be fishing?
For the fairies.
Certainly. We will provide you with silver nets. Would 3 suffice for the 3 fairies?
Yes.
All right. So they go and get you 3 silver nets. They're basically just nets that are also silvered. And they get you the rare incense that must be burned. And they get you the cheese curds. And they get you the milk, which is coconut milk. And you now have all the things that you need, I guess. All right. What is the plan? Heading out into the jungle?
Well, first we should talk to Knight.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Hello.
Okay. Diodario translates. The guy, he kind of grunts at you.
You want to go catch some evil fairies? Get them off the island?
He looks over his shoulder at Big Brother, who is currently doing administrative tasks. And he looks back at you. And he nods real slow.
You think you're better than Hayes? Than Sephiroth?
He looks back, looks left, look right. He nods real slow.
You want to be a bear?
He seems a little put off and confused by the question, and then he begins to speak, and he basically wants to know how is that going to make him better than Sephiroth, and how is it going to catch the fairies?
Because you will single-handedly be the one who causes the 3 Baraginias to be smitten off the island.
But if you're too scared to do it the way that Sephiroth was, I mean, I guess we'd understand. We can try to find the 3rd best hunter.
He sneers at this. You don't require a persuasion check at all. This guy's too young and too cock ready. I don't know. Yeah, cocksure. He knows that he's the right guy for the job. He knows he'll do whatever it takes to be the best. It's no problem. He's got this.
All right, big guy, you're in.
He does say, "How am I to get them to attack me over the other possible bears? They are bullies. They only pick on the weakest. If I was a bear, I would be the strongest."
Just
Well,
look me.
aren't you going to burn the incense and the cheese curds so that you would be the only bear in sight of the incense and the cheese curds?
But these bears are never found alone. They are always together. If it was alone, it would be suspicious. We would need to go to the bamboo forests near the mountainside where these pandas live, and then do this thing.
Well, I'm
we
pretty
plan
sure
to go nearby anyway, but say we make you look like maybe you wandered off a little ways, and then I think they'll probably just take advantage of that scenario to be like, "Hey, look at this stupid bear all by himself."
Well,
so I am to act stupid.
Yeah,
No,
do they prey on the most retarded ones, or do they prey on like the biggest, beefiest ones?
They take joy in the suffering of others, in harming the weak, and tormenting those who cannot defend themselves.
Yeah, so we'll make sure that you look more harmless and weaker than the others, but actually you are a fierce hunter inside.
He seems like kind of confused because it feels like you want him to go get beat up, but he also is kind of catching on the fact that there's trickery involved here. And as like she sees the gears kind of turning in her head, the pixie she goes up to him and starts kind of shouting at him in Sylvan. And then he kind of like starts to nod, like as he's listening to her. And Diodario says, she's basically being really, really mean to him right now and explaining to him that sometimes the best way to win a fight is to not fight, and sometimes trickery is blah, 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 blah. He's not really keen on deception, so she's trying to fill him in on how that works. I think he's got it, though.
And you'll be perfectly safe because you'll be under the protection of the Loa.
All right. He seems like he's ready to do this. Are you guys ready to do this?
We have all the equipment and stuff?
Yeah, 30 minutes pass, they bring you back the stuff. Okay. This guy has been prepped on what the plan is. He seems down for it.
Yeah, I also want to make sure I have a couple jars.
His equipment just seems to be some hide armor. It's very much like fantasy armor that doesn't really cover any vital spots, but still counts as armor. And he also has a machete for chopping plants and stuff. As far as like how they actually do any hunting on the island, he is one of the few that has training in the longbow. So he does have a longbow and a side quiver of arrows.
As they're bringing the incense over, I'm gonna give it a look and say, "Is there any chance I could buy, I don't know, 100 gold worth of this incense by the time we get back?"
Certainly. We would prefer gold. It's quite ugly. Do you have gems?
No. Does the crew have gems that I could trade gold for on Allura?
Yes. What sort of gems would you like?
I don't know, just 100.
You need 100 gold worth?
Yeah, they just want, gems for their crafting and stuff.
I have a pearl worth 100 gold.
Oh, isn't that your identify pearl?
No, because I don't need it. This was
okay.
Zolnos' pearl. And as I take it out, I say, "This is an item from our late captain. So I don't know if I want to give it to you, but is this incense very important to you?"
Well, it could possibly be very important to the group. It'll allow me to change the form of my familiar to sort of suit the scenario more closely.
I believe this should be a decision made by our newest captain. And I pass the pearl to Bubbles.
Man, that's a tough choice. Because I really like Zolnos.
Yeah, I like Zolnos too. He's our friend.
Yeah, but what else are you going to use that pearl for?
To remember him by.
Yeah.
Aww.
So what
You have the
think?
whole ship for that, though, right?
Say you think you're going to lose a pearl and then forget him?
You don't know.
That's pathetic.
It's cemented, like sentimental value. Don't you have sentimental value for things?
No, I remember people.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd have sentimental for gold that you hoard, wouldn't you?
I mean, and to be fair, you have the entire ship and the captain's cabin and all of those other things.
Oh, our boat is completely different from when he was together.
Well, they've all gone back to their business as you guys discuss this. But he does explain that they have more of that incense available if you come across any jewels that you would like to trade. But that they really don't have a lot of interest in gold, and they have an abundance of silver here on the island.
If we only had a pearl.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. I can do what you can... Give me a second.
Alright, so you guys start heading out into the jungle? Is that the plan? Or did you need the incense before you leave?
No, I don't need it before we leave. I just need it before we leave the island.
Alrighty. So, heading out into the jungle. Yeah, so this guide is pretty good. If anybody would like to roll a survival check, you certainly can, but he is going to roll his own survival checks to lead you there. Claximus, you realize that this kid knows his stuff, and he is able to lead you past virulent plants and pitfalls and areas that would be too muddy or mired to get through, and eventually you guys travel for I want to say like 3 hours or so before you reach a more rocky area. The trees become a bit sparser, the land becomes a bit rockier and more rugged, and you realize that you have almost reached the foot of the mountain. All right. Anything else before you proceed? He stops you guys with a raised hand, and he whispers, and Diodario translates, "We approach the bamboo forest where the black and white bears live. How close would you like to get?"
Well, is there a central habitat where the black and white bears like to be around, so we get a little closer?
I'll actually just take you guys over to their little jungle map. Here you go. All right, can everybody see the map?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
maybe a little over here, sort of like, oh, maybe this one wandered over to the stream to get a drink and then forgot which side of the stream we were supposed to go back on because it was high on bamboo narcotics.
I don't know how you get across that stream though.
Well, how strong is this stream? Is it like flowing crazy?
I mean, it is moving, but it's not moving in a way that would knock any of you guys down. Yeah, I mean it's a flowing stream for sure, but it's not by any means something dangerous. Like this very much feels like the safe, like the little kid ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese, where there's only like a couple of balls and that's it. Like nobody can hurt themselves.
Okay. Well, first I'm gonna give a net to Claximus and a net to Fafnir,
What's
and
this
I
for?
guess a net to just in case
To
could
give you an
help
idea
contain.
of how stupid these animals are, um, this is the kind of shit you see them getting up to. Hold on, the pictures take it forever to load.
Do you want me to catch fish with
There we
this
go.
net?
Look at it. This one is showing you his butthole. Like this is all they do. They just roll around, getting high and relaxing. They don't work. They don't do anything. They just hang out and they just eat bamboo all day, which is poisonous to them.
God, Knight, you see that idiot over there? Could you act like that?
Knight says in a very serious voice, "I don't half-ass anything. I'm gonna be the most goddamn retarded black and white bear you've ever seen."
That's the spirit.
Awesome, awesome.
Get them
And the net's for the Biraginyas, Claxmus.
But I'm
Just if they get close and you wanna, you know,
not.
get them off you a little bit without hurting them, you
It's like
catch
the
them in the net.
backup plan.
Yeah.
But if I catch him with the net, isn't that me attacking them?
You just can't do a point of
As long as
damage.
you hurt
though.
them.
Oh, okay. Do nets hurt?
No, you're
No,
just capturing
please.
him. It's like grappling, right?
Yeah, net doesn't do any damage.
Okay.
Nope, no damage.
Yeah, so I give one to Claxmus, one to Fafnir, and Chicane, do you want one? Are you strong?
No.
Okay. Bubbles, Captain.
I am not very strong.
You probably don't. Yeah, none of us really need it. I'll hold on to it. It's a backup in case one of you break your nets. Okay.
Okay. So now
You know what? Claxmus, hold two of
Tari-
them.
Okay.
Tarina, she during the 3-hour walk there, through Diodario, just talks your guys' ears off about all of the amazing pranks that she's done, and all the pranks she's planning to do. She's very curious about your ship and ship life. She's curious about life outside of this island. She wants to hear stories about your adventures, so that we don't spend any more time on this vile and repugnant role playing. Why don't you just like summarize for me two what would be the two stories that you guys feel Diodario should tell her?
Oh, the time we killed the captain,
And
and then the time we killed the next captain.
Okay. So she looks concerned for Bubbles as you finish the story about killing the second captain. And she points to him and she asks, and Diodario says she wants to know when we plan to kill you, Bubbles.
Hopefully sooner.
She also wants to know if when a captain is killed, do they get to go up to the world of Sky and live forever with Haken?
Whatever you want, dear.
Oh, so I should just lie to her, sir? Is that? Oh, sorry, ma'am. I should just tell her, sure. Is that?
If that's what she believes, yeah, sure.
Okay. Ooh. Now you have those of you with a decent perception score, like a 15 or higher perception, you do notice that Knight is listening intently to all of these stories, and he seems very curious about everything that you guys are talking about. All right, so you guys arrive here. You're kind of hidden behind some rocks here, looks like an embankment. You can spy the pandas over here. There are little baby ones. You're not even sure how, because pandas don't even bother to have sex. They're so high all the time, so it must have been like an accident. Or maybe some people came wearing panda suits and tricked them into having babies. You're not sure. But the pandas are really just They, honest to God, they're just laying around eating bamboo. Like that's all. That's all there is. Occasionally, they'll like roll over to each other and like sort of lazily kind of like hug each other and then pass out for a while, and then they kind of wake up from their stupor and they just eat more bamboo.
Okay.
Man.
So
Yeah.
what we could do is get ourselves set up with the incense and the cheese curd and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll turn you into a panda. Maybe you'll go over and grab some bamboo,
Mm-hmm.
and then come back and we'll burn the incense. You'll pretend you fell asleep while eating some bamboo
Mm.
next to the incense and the cheese curd, and we'll see if they come.
Mm.
Does that sound
All
okay?
right. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. All right. Tarina explains that if she casts a spell on him, she will have to concentrate, and so it would probably be best for her to hide after she casts the spell to make sure that nothing can disrupt her concentration.
I agree with this.
Okay. Do you need to see him to
No.
continue concentrating, or can we put you in like someone's bag?
She seems pretty excited about that. Yeah, she kind of eyes all of you, and you can tell she's trying to figure out who would have the best shit in their bag for her to rifle through. Um, Gosh, I would say Anna Laura, she probably wants to go into your bag because your bag looks the most enticing.
Mm-hmm. I would put her in the other bag that's not the bag of holding because she would die in there.
Yeah, good call. Good call. And it's another
And
plane of
there's
existence,
like
so it would probably
nothing.
shut off the
There's like
concentration.
nothing in.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
Okay.
like nothing in the other bag.
She will cast the spell, and she guarantees that she's going to make him look like the derpiest black and white bear that she can come up with.
Like a panda that has lived a long life, like the gazelle the lion wants to eat because it's about to die.
Oh, could we give him
Nope.
like one ear that's like curved in?
So she turns him into the most flabby, obese, and punchable black and white bear you've ever seen.
Man, there's a
It
mirror.
is,
You guys want to punch that bear?
yeah, like there is
Don't
something that
punch the bear.
something stirs deep in your hearts, and when you see this creature, you just want to punch it over and over and over again. And until you don't have to look at it anymore. But you fear that punching it would do nothing because its thick layers of blubber would just absorb any damage that was dealt to it. Lift, as a professional animal shapeshifter, you have now learned the black and white bear form.
This is epic.
Yeah. The black and white bear form is pretty terrible. Unlike a real bear, it has no attacks. None.
When Lift transforms into a black and white bear, would he transform into the specific one that he's seen?
I feel that every druid can stylize, especially a moon druid, can stylize their look to be as close to the animal that they're supposed to be turning into as possible, but with some flavor. You know, like Worlds of Warcraft style. So
Okay.
you can definitely spice it up, especially if you're a moon druid, because that's your whole thing is shapeshifting. All right, so yeah, Knight is now a panda, and he looks at all of you, and he just kind of makes like a kind of a ooh kind of sound, and he just starts kind of rolling into the river, and it's just like a sad sploosh as he hits it, and then his fat just kind of like floats him across the river, and then he tries to climb up this embankment, but it's not going so well, and he like crawls like halfway up, and then he just falls back down into the stream, and he lets out a sad kind of sound. None of the other black and white bears seem to notice or care. about what's happening to him, probably because they're super stoned. And he just sort of like lets the stream kind of carry him. And he just sort of sadly floats down the river a ways before coming up to the shore. And he waddles out and lumbers over. He waves at the other bears. The other bears sort of look at him, and they kind of wave back. And he reaches out for some of the bamboo, and he takes some of it, and he starts eating it. So far, so good. All right, what are you guys doing?
Okay, so we're gonna set up the incense, I guess, around here.
Where do
you
we want
guys
to do
think
it?
that's okay?
Where you can cross.
Oh yeah, up here.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll probably set it up here.
All right. Is it your goal to remain hidden afterwards? Like you're gonna start it and kind of run away, or what's the situation?
Yeah, could you maybe? Is there a way we could cloak ourselves? Do you guys have any way to do that?
No.
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 I would just assume that we run away and get.
Okay, then we run away.
Yeah, we just get a good vantage point and watch.
So you're gonna like ding dong dash these guys?
Yeah.
Well, it takes a moment for the incense to, start burning and getting the smell out. So we should have time to go back behind the rock.
Okay. So you take the half coconut shell that was given to you. You take the wineskin full of coconut milk. You have a small pouch that is full of the strange cheese. It's sort of like a feta cheese kind of situation. And you have the brick of incense and the other half of the coconut. So Big Sister explained that you burn the incense in the one coconut and you sprinkle the cheese into the bowl, and then you pour the milk over the cheese.
Okay.
All right. So somebody just draw an X where you're going to set that particular thing up, and then we'll see what happens. All right. Yeah, so you quickly go and you set that stuff up, and then you run away, and you guys are going to hide. So go ahead and give me a group stealth check. These guys are very perceptive, so you're gonna have to take some precautions here if you want to beat their very good perceptions. Not a lot of things in D&D have good perception scores, but these guys are definitely one. They have training in perception.
So for a group stealth check, we just pick our highest stealth person to do?
No, it means the majority of you have to beat the targeted number.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Is this something we could do guidance on?
Yes, you can definitely do guidance, but keep in mind it's one guidance per person.
Only one person. Okay.
Yeah, you got to count familiars too. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people if you count the Pixie as well.
Well, I can just snap and Ginty's gone. So.
Okay, smart. One less person to worry about. All right.
So who should we give the guidance to? Who's the least stealthiest?
Fafnir.
It looks like Bubbles is already kind of settled in there. He's not doing so hot.
Well yeah, he already rolled, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I give the guidance to Fafnir.
Nice.
It's 18.
Does anybody else need guidance?
Probably Bubbles. With a 7,
Yeah,
but
so
7's so bad he wouldn't pass.
Yeah.
This river.
Chicane has a chance. Chicane has a chance to pass him if he casts guidance on him.
This river, could I just like mud crab my way into the dirt?
Oh yeah, I would definitely give you advantage to that for sure.
Okay, because I'm gonna need it. I have like a 1 stealth.
Okay.
Guidance is like a D4, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
D4.
so I'll give that to you.
Now you do have a bard, and bards can grant inspiration dice, so that might have been something to think about when you were planning your ambush here.
I'll
Okay.
Nice. I'm up to 17 then.
Lift will out of being cautious will turn into like a bug or something.
Oh,
But
awesome.
Bubbles,
Yeah.
could you bardic inspiration my shit?
You got this, Clax. You got this. D6.
All right. So mark off a bardic inspiration, and Claxmus adds a D6 after the fact. Don't tell any rules lawyers; they might freak out at us.
All right, a
All right,
15.
cool. So, you guys are pretty confident that you have set an excellent ambush here. You watch as Night Panda, its arms overloaded with bamboo shoots, drunkenly begins to make its way over here. It falls face first in the stream. It lets out a loud, wet fart. It slowly begins to inchworm its way through the water over towards the incense. It rolls over on its back. It begins building a little log cabin of bamboo on its fat belly and begins slowly feeding itself. And it begins making happy, brewing, humming noises. A cuter panda would probably be like an endearing thing, but he is so hideous and dorky looking that his enjoyment and his happiness actually just makes you all want to punch him even more than you did before. You have a feeling that this trap is well baited. All right. So, you guys lie in wait. He sits there, happily singing to himself. Incense is burning. Curds are floating in milk. How could anyone resist? As you are sitting there and doing that, time passes. The sun slowly moving through the sky. It does, however, start to become more and more overcast as time goes on. And eventually, there does seem to be a little bit of rain that begins to settle in to the area as well. Now, as the sun kind of disappears behind rain clouds and the rain starts up, you hear the distant sounds of thunder. And you have a feeling that the creatures that you are after are on their way. Does anyone have any last things they want to do? Keeping in mind that if you act, you will break your stealth and have to make a new one, or do you just want to hold out and see what happens?
Fafnir is simply enjoying the rain.
Okay.
We can't hold any spells, right? In stealth?
Holding a spell, yeah, you can't hold a spell in stealth because it is holding an action is an action, and any action breaks stealth. Yep.
Yeah, so nothing.
All right. Yeah, so one by one, this is about 20 minutes. Now, polymorph does last for an hour, so no problem on that front. But about 20 minutes in, I believe it's an hour. Yeah, it's an hour.
Yeah, it's an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, so 20 minutes in, one by one, these creatures kind of zip down from the sky above, and at first, they look like tiny thunderclouds, gray and blue with tiny bursts of lightning inside. But they start to sort of coalesce into physical forms. And did I send you guys the art for these last week? So you know what you were
No.
dealing with? Oh, no, okay.
I thought you'd put it in there. And
Yeah,
if
I thought
you
so
did,
too.
just look it up in the compendium. Just search.
I thought they were like Tasmanian devils with like.
Yeah, they have little
Yeah.
whirlwinds for their lower bodies, and then like really ugly dragonfly wings for their upper bodies. And yes, no, anybody?
I remember it, but I don't know. I don't remember where seeing. I saw it.
I don't remember it.
Here, I'll just throw a picture of them into Roll20 so you can see. There you go. Oop, there we go. So they look like that. Yeah. So they turn from tiny little thunder clouds into tiny little men and women that their upper bodies, they have no clothes, they have no armor. Even their upper bodies that look solid, there is a translucent quality to it, as if they are just clouds that are being willed into a shape. They do, however, Onalora, have those sweet, sweet wings that that this is all for. Their eyes do crackle with energy. That looks like maybe lightning of some kind. All right. There are 3 in total, and they have definitely taken an interest in this panda bear. This extremely derpy panda bear. You see the other pandas kind of look over, and they seem frightened, but they also seem too high and too passive to do anything to help. Some of them slowly begin rolling or crawling away from the threat. And some of them remember that they have babies and start trying to scoop the babies up and bring them away. You can tell that these 3 creatures have definitely had an impact on the black and white bear population. They are extremely afeared of these creatures. This one, however, it seems too stupid to notice. Now, these things are smart, and you see that they are eyeballing the incense that attracted them, and they think they're looking at this thing, and they're looking at this, and you can kind of see them sort of like looking at each other and looking down at that, almost like this is too good to be true situation. But you guys are kind of watching and waiting to see what happens. So, kind of realizing that they are not attacking him, which you had 3 hours to explain to him what the plan is, he is going to kind of look up and see them, and he's just going to smile really big at them and just be like, yeah. And then they are all going to kind of like scowl when he does that. And then he is going to act like he slipped and tumbled, and he is going to knock over the incense and the milk. And as he lands on it, he lets loose another long, wet fart. And as he stands up, you see that on each of his butt cheeks, one of the coconut shells has suction cupped itself to each of his fuzzy butt cheeks. And all thought of what is going on here disappears, and the creatures roll initiative. All right, so anyone else that is interested can also roll some initiative here.
Does that take us out of stealth?
No, you wouldn't leave stealth until you take an action. Alrighty.
Ah, dang, I didn't
so-
select my guy. I got a 20 though.
Alright. Let's see, where's Glaxmus at? I'll add you to the initiative turn order. There we go. Alright, so yeah, that's happening. These creatures are mad. They are mad. So as the rain continues to beat down, they look at this this offering, which they have not seen an offering like that in a while, and you could tell that his clumsy action has definitely brought out sort of some ferociousness in these creatures. They look like they're going to teach this panda bear a very important lesson about messing with their stuff. So you hear kind of thunder and lightning. The rain starts to pick up a little bit, and yeah, I'll play a little music in the background. I'm on my laptop, so I can't like confirm like your music if it's like good or not.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little frustrating. But I guess if the combat music gets like too repetitive or janks out or whatever, just let me know and I'll try to fix it. But you may have to like kind of ride the volume controls on it because I can't be on Discord on this particular machine. I can't have the music and Discord at the same time. It's really dumb. Anyways, all right, so let's start things off. Claximus, you're up first.
All right, I want to stay stealth, so I'm not gonna do anything.
All right, maintaining stealth. Chicane.
Same.
Okay. All right, this is the first Beriginius. The first Beriginius has a flight speed of fucking 60. It is going to fly down at this horrible beast, and it is going to make claw attacks. If it hits with both of its claw attacks, it will initiate a grapple. If it can maintain the grapple, it will begin to smother its victim. So that is what it is going to try to do. So here's the first claw attack, and the second claw attack. All right, a 15 hits, but believe it or not, a 9 does not hit, which is kind of incredible. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't hit because they have that thick, fatty hide. Yeah, so it doesn't actually hit with a 9. He is not grappled by this tiny creature, but he does take some damage. Now, did anybody give this guy bonus, or is that it?
Did you give him the lick?
No, because I didn't say it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that brings us to Analora.
Did anything happen after he took that damage?
No?
Okay, he stole the bear?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'll continue to hold.
Okay. The next one swoops down, and not wanting to kill the bear, instead of wanting to smother it, it is just going to attempt an athletics check against the bear. So it is just going to do one of these numbers for 14. So now the panda has to resist, and the panda actually has a strength of 14. So it's going to do the same roll. It's a d20 with a +2. So he fails. So the creature now has him grappled, and you can see that it is holding him down, and it is basically taking its little tornado tail and getting ready to dentist drill it right down his throat. All right, the other one kind of comes over, and it is also going to try and grapple it and see what it could do here. All right, so it's going to make an athletics check. Oh, that's pretty good. Black and white bear. Gets an 18. So he can't seem to get a good grip on him. It brings us to the bear's turn. He is going to definitely have to dig deep for his courage to see if he can keep going. Here's the problem. You are still you, but when you switch over to animal form via a polymorph, it's not the same as a druid. So he has the brain power of a panda bear right now, which is to say like a 0 intelligence score. So it's pretty bad over there. So he's being held down. He's panicking. In that way, all the things that you thought were good acting, that was just him being a panda bear. Panda bears really are that terrible.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that.
Oh, right. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, your characters think that he's an amazing actor, but I'm telling you right now that was just him being a panda bear. They're just that horrible. So he is going to try to escape, because that is what instinct would tell him to do. So he's going to roll a d20, and he's going to try to break free. And that Beriginius, the DC is a 12, so I don't technically need to roll it. So yeah, he begins to struggle and try to break free. He is the one that initiated, so technically he tied the other roll. So yeah, the panda kind of tries to get free, and this makes them all kind of cackle with laughter. So you guys are like, damn, he's really selling this thing. Fafnir, you hear the panda cry out in fear. It is feared for its life. What are you gonna do? Just hang tight?
Yeah, Fafnir wants to see if lightning is going to come forth and strike the, they.
All right. Wooden Bear, you're up.
Lift is mesmerized by his skills.
Okay.
I'd like to try to learn how to do this as a bear next time.
All right, Bubbles, and then back to the top. Claxmus, you're up. Unless Bubbles has something you wanted to do.
I was just gonna be like, wow, I've never seen someone get their ass kicked that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Fafnir has seen you like that plenty.
That isn't true. I don't have that low of an intelligence.
Claxmus was just gonna whisper to Onalura. I was like, I don't see the lightning. What happens before like the next attack if they drop the concentration and she hits him as his normal form?
That's what. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I was gonna tell Tarina.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna tell Tarina to time it with her reaction to drop it right as they attack?
Right as he gets hit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or well,
All
if
right.
they have something in like his mouth.
Oh, yeah. She says we should wait for that. We should wait for the smothering.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because he can breathe as an air ganassi.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. So Claxmus, and then that brings us to
Chicane.
the island goes on a 20.
Oh.
So you see the storm clouds above begin to darken, and it starts to get very dim in this part of the jungle as a powerful storm begins to set in. All right, Chicane, what are you gonna do?
Still just waiting.
Okay. Yeah, this one, he is going to again. He doesn't care what about the others are doing. This thing is putting up a big fight, and he wants to kind of he wants to try to hurt it quite a bit. So it is going to attack again and miss. Oh my god! And attack and miss critically.
Ooh,
Wow.
This is amazing.
Oh,
Yeah,
get the one where he attacks his friend.
Oh yeah, get the one where he attacks his friend. Get the one where he attacks his friend.
All right, let's see what happens. We got a miss here. Let's see. This is a natty attack. Broken nail. If this attack was made with a claw, you are unable to use it again for 1d4 rounds. If you have multiple sets of claws, this only affects one of them.
Darn.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
It
So
is with
as
the
he
claw.
as he goes to attack the panda just kind of rolls over and he slashes with his claws and he hits one of those coconuts. And he pulls back his hand in outrage, and you see that like some of the smoky, misty claws are kind of janked up from hitting the coconut. And then instinctively, because like when you eat poison bamboo, it can give you diarrhea. He just lets loose a long, wet fart, like right in the faces of these creatures, which they let out screams of anger and continue to fight even harder than they did before. Onalura, anything from you?
No, I just tell Tarina to, keep watching. And what other spells does she have?
What other spells does she have?
Yeah, like I ask her, like what else could you do other than polymorph?
Well, she can entangle things, and she can confuse things, which you know all about. She can give things the ability to fly. She can dispel magic. She can make illusions. She can read minds. She can put people to sleep. And she just I mean, she's already told you guys this like 50 times, like on the way over. Yeah.
All right, I just tell her, for now, keep your concentration.
Okay.
It should be fine. But if it looks like he's suffocating, then you might want to drop it.
All right. Fed up with this thing fighting back too much, this one attacks it. And as she sees the blow landing, it does not matter because 12 damage plus 7 is enough to kill a panda bear. So it actually turns back to normal, and with polymorph, any excess damage is dealt to the creature underneath. So he turns back into himself, Let's see. Add turn. Throw him up here. He was, I think, a 14 was a panda. 13, something like that. Here we go. All right. He turns back to normal, and there is a long slash from his the thing's claws right along his neck and chest. And he is hurt pretty bad by this. Again, these aren't people that do a lot of like hard living. So he has, he has some decent HP, but it's nothing to write home about kind of thing.
He could take a hit, and he took the hit.
Yeah, he took the damage, and the creature, I'm going to roll a perception to see if it knows to hold back on its second attack or not. No, it goes ahead and attacks with the other claw as well. Yeah, slashing him for 13 more damage. He is bloodied. In fact, he is almost dead. They are mauling this kid. But as soon as it does, they look at each other and they look at the bleeding Sylph, and they all share an oh fuck look. Like you could see it pass across all of their tiny, ugly faces. All right. Realizing that it's done goofed, this one is going to try and flee, and Knight is going to try and grab a hold of it and hold it still. So he is going to attempt an athletics check. It's nothing to write home about. Here we go. A 15. The creature is going to try and use acrobatics to escape. And it does not. All right, so as it goes to fly away, he grabs hold of it by the legs, and it begins to beat its legs by the snow cone, I guess, by the clouds, and he's just kind of gripping it, and the thing is beating its wings like a dragonfly trying to get away, and he is refusing to let go. So this guy is grappled. So while that is going on, yeah, that brings us to this one. This one sees that the other two done goofed, and he knows that he didn't done goof, and he is going to make a break for it. So he is going to start flying away. And so he will fly over 60 and up 60 to try to get the hell out of there. So that's his plan. Knight's turn. Knight still has the creature. He does not want the creature to escape. Because he has agreed to help you guys do this, but he knows he cannot hurt the creature, so he is going to maintain the grapple and take a dodge action. And that's what he will do. And that brings us to Fafnir.
Fafnir is going to. The other one is just going away. Fafnir's just going to sit there and be like, alright, well, 2 out of 3 is not bad. Just going to sit there and stay quiet.
Okay, Wooden Bear, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Nothing from Wooden Bear? Yeah, Wooden Bear, what are you doing?
I'm lagging pretty bad.
Okay.
So let me know if you can hear me. I'll move up 25 feet here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to healing word Night.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Night Cloud. Cloud Night.
Night. Ooh, Night Cloud. That sounds pretty good, actually.
I'm within 60. So.
All right, give me that D4 plus your wisdom modifier. 5. All right, he is healed for 5. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, that'll be it.
Okay. Seeing that you are here and that you are casting spells that draws this creature's attention and its ire, it cries out in defiance and also to its ally. Its ally is a very neutral evil and doesn't give two fucks about the problem that these two are having and is going to leave. I mean, that is the danger of hanging out with neutral evil people. Bubbles, you're up.
So cloudy night. How bad is he? He got hit for 5.
Cloudy Night is still bloodied.
Okay.
So if you had to math this out, you would say that he has less than 20 maximum HP.
Alright, so let's. I just want to make sure. I'm going to cast Healing Word on him.
Okay.
I'm going to do the 2nd level.
Oh, at the 2nd level. All right. Yeah. All right. He is almost to full. Off of
And
that.
then I'm going to go back where I came from.
Okay. Claxmus, you're up.
Oh boy. My net only has a range of 15. When you... Like, if you're wielding a net, right? And let's just say an opportunity attack you can take. But that's just... You can only make a normal melee attack, right? You can't make the net attack.
You can if they're in melee with you.
Well, I'm pretty sure on an opportunity attack, you're supposed to just take a normal melee attack.
Well, no, because you can also grapple
right. Yeah,
as an opportunity.
So you normally rules as written. You can't do a grapple on a reaction.
That's what I'm getting at.
We've been playing it that way for a while in most of the games that I play in. Is that you to spice things up a little bit, since Melee in 5th edition doesn't really have as many options as spellcasters and stuff like that. Just to kind of add a little bit more flavor to it.
Okay.
Also rules is written, if a creature has multi-attack, they can't trade in the attacks from a multi-attack for individual grapple attempts, which is something that I didn't know either until more recently, because I've got a grappler in one of my games and I had to read like the 5-page guide to grappling or whatever for 5th edition.
Also, allowing grappling on opportunity attacks helps to make Sentinel less OP.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is
it gives other people a chance to tank without being
a tank,
without having to take the Sentinel feat and all that kind of stuff. And it's just more exciting for combat.
All right. I'm going to dash then.
Okay.
I'm gonna whip out the net. I'm gonna bonus action rage just in case.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna move my 60 feet. Wait.
So your rage is gonna do damage.
Oh, my rage, yeah. My rage would do damage. So I won't rage. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna get up next to it with my net, but not attack because I dashed.
Okay. All right. As you approach Claximus, there is a sudden flash of light and a tremendous boom as the creature right in front of you needs to make a dexterity saving throw. Which it does. The creature does not have evasion, however, so it's going to take half of whatever this damage is. So here we go. Wow. Alright, so it takes 125 points of damage, but halved. So
it'd be about 35 lightning and 22 or 23 thunder.
All right.
Always round up.
Creature takes.
Round down.
Yeah, we round. Yeah, so I think in this game we round up.
I'm sorry, 25 is 50, so it'd be like 26 or 27.
Yeah, because we're playing slightly harder mode than normal. But yeah, so takes 63 points of damage. That's pretty good. It is bloodied, but not killed by that attack.
Wow.
These things are pretty beefy. Alrighty. Was it 66? I thought it was 63. Oh,
No, it's not 66.
Okay. So that brings us to chicane. What are you gonna do?
All right, I'm gonna move over to about here.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I'm not really gonna do anything else right now because I don't want to hurt him.
Okay.
I want to let him get dead by lightning.
Alrighty. Let's see. I guess I should have rolled an initiative for this fairy. I wasn't actually thinking that she would participate, but here I'll just roll one anyways. So she's on what, a 12? Okay. There we go. Alright, as your turn ends, Chicane, another flash of light and another boom of thunder goes off. Let's see what happens here. It has to make a dexterity saving throw. It does not pass, so we'll take the full amount of damage here. That would be 91 points of damage. This one is blown to pieces.
Do I
Are the
catch a
fairy
wing?
wings?
I mean, Claximus could definitely look around, see if there's any pieces of wing that survived the bolt of lightning that struck this thing down. Claximus, as these things are booming, like you are just deafened by these shockwaves that are kind of going off.
It's so loud, everybody!
All right, that brings us to this creature. This creature realizes, oh shit, this is no good. It is going to try and get the hell out of there. So it is going to use a disengage action, and it is going to fly just over and up. All right. Really, at this point, it's just a matter of waiting. So you could just wait,
Well, does
or you
Claximus get an opportunity for that?
No, he disengaged.
no, it disengaged. So yeah, I made sure that it didn't get caught up on that. Laura, do you want to do anything as this thing is fleeing?
Yeah, let me check my movement. So Tarina is still in my bag.
Yes. She pops her head out and is talking to you in Sylvan, which you don't understand. She's pointing at the creature excitedly.
So I dash.
Okay.
And in my bonus action, so this is a stream, so Levy could move, right?
Yeah.
So Levy's gonna swim 60 feet.
Okay.
Is Tarina small enough to ride on Levy?
I think they're both roughly the same size. Keep in mind, she's roughly the size of a brat stall. So
Let's
she's
see.
not.
He is.
It's about 10 inches tall.
Okay, yeah. So they'd be about the same size.
Yeah. Okay, so Levy's gonna head into the water. Anything else from you?
No, I just wanted to get Tarina close, and I'm gonna say, just tell her, try to stop him.
Okay.
With whatever spell you have.
So you say that to her, and then she doesn't understand anything you're saying, and then she says to you in Sylvan, "I'm gonna try to stop him any way I can." In Sylvan, you guys kind of say it to each other at the same time.
Yeah, I'm basically like just pointing at him and like.
Yeah, and she's pointing at him.
Random
yeah,
words.
you guys are literally just saying the same words to each other. But you don't.
I'm like,
understand what the
no,
other
I
person-
said stop him.
Diodario,
Right, exactly.
I can't hear them. What are they saying?
You couldn't hear me either, boss, if I was talking to you, because that's
Why
how
are you
hearing
moving your
works.
mouth but there's no sound?
Yeah. So this guy is super toast. This one is running for it. It is going to be now 120 feet away, so it's definitely trying to get the heck off the map. Yeah, Knight is going to kind of pull you along, Claximus, if you're willing. He will use his action essentially to friendly grapple you, and then try to pull you along behind him so that you are away from the impact zone. The fact that you guys didn't die in those bolts is questionable. It's like the diner scene from like Pulp Fiction questionable.
Mm-hmm.
How you were that close and didn't take any damage. But maybe that's how
magic works.
Magic works. All right, so all that's going on. Fafnir, what are you gonna do? Anything? Or are you just gonna watch the scene unfold?
No, Fafnir is just going to kind of walk up. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. He's just gonna walk up to you and just watch what happens.
Okay. All right, that brings us to the Pixie. The Pixie will go ahead and pop out of the backpack, which she has already popped out of because she's arguing with Ana Laura. No, I'm going to use magic to help. You can't stop me. You can't talk me out of it. I've made up my mind, that sort of thing. And so that is what she is going to do. So she aims her magic over there, and she is going to cast Sleep, which I believe, yeah, that would be within range. So here we go. And that is enough. The creature falls to sleep. The problem with being a flying creature and falling to sleep is that you fall to the ground. So we said the creature was, what? It moved away and up, so it's about 30 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's 3d6 falling damage.
Uh-oh.
All right. As the creature hits the ground, you hear just the faintest sound of a neck breaking.
Yay! There's wings now. Technically.
Now here's the question. The little pixie just made it fall asleep and killed it.
Well, she made it fall asleep. She didn't kill it.
Gravity killed it.
Yeah.
Gravity.
It's like if
No,
you
actually,
fell asleep
gravity
on the
didn't
side
kill
of a
it.
cliff.
It's the sudden motion of it stopping that killed it.
Lightning hits the ground around it.
As she hears its neck snap, she kind of like cringes and looks up at the stormy clouds above. And Ana Laura, she clutches you with her arms and her legs. Like around your head area is just this tiny pixie just clinging to you. You know, Ana Laura, that if she is smited, it would be a miracle for you not to also be included in the smite.
It's the sudden stop. I'm so sure.
All right, Lift, what are you gonna do?
Lift is gonna take a bite out of a donut.
Okay.
And we'll start looking for any traces of miniature fairy rings that could have been blown around here.
All right, so you're definitely going to want to head over to the impact site for sure. And then give me an investigation check when you get over there. Bubbles, what are you getting up to?
So, I'm going to run out from behind the rock. Alright, get here. Does anybody look hurt? I mean, I don't think they do.
Knight has a few claw marks on his handsome Bashonan chest and neck, but they look like the kind of cuts you would get from like your cat. So like nothing like serious because the magic has kind of healed them up mostly.
Gotcha. Oh, alright. I'm gonna dodge. I don't think anything's coming to kill us, but lightning going around.
Claximus, what are you gonna do?
Let's see. Alright, I should have enough movement to do this.
Okay.
I'm gonna move 20 feet there, grab on her, put her on my back. Then I'm gonna go 10 feet out of the water, because water sucks if lightning's gonna happen.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna fall prone on top of her and bonus action rage.
Damn. Okay. You do all of this, and you hear the frantic sobs of the pixie beneath you, and you wait, your cloaca clenching for what is coming. The punishment of the island's guardian Loa for the crime that has been committed.
Even though
And as
rage
you
won't
wait-
weaken it, I still did it.
So as you wait, there is the flash of light and the boom of thunder. And just a huge crater of dirt over here is created. And the storm clouds begin just as quickly as they began to slowly fade away.
Claxpus releases his cloaca.
There you go. All right. So apparently, it was gravity or the impact that is to blame, I guess.
That's why it must
But
hit the
yeah.
ground.
So, you have succeeded. There is a set of 4 pixie wings over here that are intact.
Well, I'm gonna turn around on my back and I'm gonna be like, thanks, Claxmus.
No problem.
You can get off now. And then I'll take out Tarina and just give her a pat on the head. Not a 1 point of damage pat. Just like a friendly.
Oh yeah.
Little
Well,
head.
I mean that would kill her because she has 1 hit point. So.
And then
yeah,
I
and
would like to look around.
You see that her glitter makeup is all smeared from crying, and she definitely thought that was the end. But she is surprised to still be alive.
I would like to search for the wings.
Okay. You guys could certainly search the area for the wings. You and Lift are searching together. One of you could do it with advantage if you'd like.
Is this investigation?
Yes, it would be investigation.
Yep. Okay, so I'll do it.
Yeah. So
with,
you guys search
with guidance.
Okay.
Because Lift is helping me.
Okay.
So,
Waiting for the
That's
okay.
pretty good.
You feel pretty like your sighting's got your senses got heightened quite a bit. And you search the area, and it becomes apparent to you that this creature was too small, and the damage was too great. There's nothing left of it.
Okay, well, we got the 4 wings here,
Is that all we needed?
so that should be enough.
Oh, thank God.
Well, it should be enough to make a few potions.
There you go.
Yeah, that first
All right.
attack wouldn't have killed me, but the second one would have. I would have survived that initial hit.
You have enough stuff now to or you have the final component to make the salve that will allow you to find your way through the endless sandstorm that protects Dusty Desert Island. So you suddenly see like a pop-up message that your quest log has been updated. And now Dusty Desert Island is highlighted on your map. Things are looking pretty good for Gum Gum Fruits.
You think
All right, let's get back.
You think that other fairy's just gonna like get the heck out of Dodge and leave this island?
I believe if we tell the sylphs to like put up a message telling like stay away or you will.
You don't know which panda's next.
Your brethren. Yeah, you don't know which panda is what. We're watching you. It should be. And then he'll probably run away.
Are we gonna do anything with the like? Do you just take the wings? Do you leave the rest of the pixie, or do you take the whole thing?
Well, I could just take the body and put it inside a jar, but I'll extract the wings later. So I just
it's a really weird physical composition. Like the wings are very much like almost like crystalline dragonfly wings. But the body of the creature is almost like an ectoplasm almost. It's like a jelly almost.
Okay.
Yum.
Yeah, so I'll just have this Biragina in a jar, and let's head back.
Yeah, the longer it is dead, the more it sort of discorporates into a cloud, and so you just sort of have this swirling purple, blue, sparkly mix kind of floating inside a jar as it loses its sort of physicality
What about its
in
wings?
death. Well, the wings she took off,
Okay.
and I'm assuming stored separately, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Then Cloud returns a hero,
success.
and I will let him ride my back.
Oh wow. Yeah, he is too cool for that. But if you promise to make motorcycle noises, then he will ride on your back.
Dear
There's something
Dario,
about
can you make motorcycle noises?
yeah.
I can make
Yeah,
bubble
boss, no
noises.
problem.
Alright, yeah, okay. I don't want to lower myself too much.
I have to dig deep for my olden days when the ancients and their machina were still around. Hold on. Vroom, 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 vroom. Whatever noise he's making, you're not sure what a motorcycle is or what the sounds that Diodario are making are. They seem to touch Knight in his heart and his soul in a way that he has never been touched before. In a way that a large-breasted boxing waitress couldn't even touch his soul. And he mounts you, pretending you are a motorcycle, and rides you through the jungle. You see just the faintest hint of joy cross his face for a briefest instant.
Sweet, we're dashing the whole way.
All right. Sweet. You guys return. This isn't a very dangerous jungle. Again, almost all the natural predators have been killed off. So you return to the village, and it is 3 hours later, and you spent about 3 hours having breakfast and figuring out your shit. So it's been like you put in like a 9-hour workday, and then if you count laying the trap, that was like another 30 minutes or so. So yeah, it's been like a 10-hour day. So you're gonna get back close to sunset and dinner time and all of that. The Sylph population is eager to hear about your adventure and to find out what transpired. Does anyone want to tell them?
Do it, Captain. You got the best words.
So Knight here, he led us through the jungle, find the location of the black and white bears. We set up the incense, the milk, and the cheese curds, and we had our pixie friend here turn Knight into one of the most special black and white bears any of us have ever seen. We lit the incense, and we lied and wait. The little devils showed up, and they started harassing Knight. Knight got beat up pretty bad. He got beat up pretty bad. So bad, in fact, he was kicked out of his polymorph form into his regular form, where he got that red star.
As you're saying this part, you see Hayes standing at the very back of the crowd listening, and he's making sort of that too cool for school anime face, where he's just like listening to the story about Knight getting his ass beat by a bunch of fairies.
So Knight got that rad scar on his chest. They caught him open. 2 of them were smited down by your god. I don't know if you've ever seen their lightning bolt shit, but it's pretty rad. One was lucky enough not to have beaten up Knight, so he was able to escape. But after the death of his friends, and now that he knows that the black and white bears have been booby trapped, air quotes, we highly doubt that he'll come back. Our recommendation would be to put up signs to say like, hey, choose your black and white bear wisely, or something like that. So something rude. I would have that dude. I point at Sephiroth and ask him what he would want to brag on. He'd probably give me something edgy.
Mm. And as you are saying this in Valorian, Diodario is like C-3PO style, like translating, and it's very much the scene from the third Star Wars movie where C-3PO is telling the story to the Ewoks, with the sound effects and everything, and the Ewoks are all like, "Ooh," as he's telling the story. And then occasionally words are not available in Sylph, so he just goes from like this melodious language to saying stuff like "booby trap," and then kind of keeps going, and the people are listening intently as this story is translated across. All right, so go ahead and give me a performance check. With advantage, because you have the scarred up champion of their people as evidence of the deed, not to mention the creature in a jar, and the captured wings. Oh yeah, so the people are impressed, very much so, with what you have done here. Yeah, I mean, you brought them donuts, you taught an evil fae a lesson, you got rid of 2 of the evil fairies altogether. You, in a way, showed them that if the Pixies and the Sylphs worked together, they could have overcome this difficulty on their own. Because honestly, some of them kind of point out, these outsiders really didn't do anything. The Pixie is the one who cast the shape-changing spell, and then our knight is the one who provoked them into the attack and endured the blows of the enemy, bringing forth the wrath of our god. And they're all kind of like, oh shit, we had the power all along.
It's called friendship.
Yeah, so this may be like the start of sort of a friendship, or at least a passing peace between the Pixies and the Sylphs of Haken's Redoubt. So this could be one of the first times in Dungeons and Dragons where an adventuring party has left a rural, isolated community better than when they first found it.
Wow, we're fucking pirates.
Yeah.
We really are the worst pirates.
Talking about we're spreading friendship. That's what being a pirate's all about.
I guess. Speaking of which, I'm gonna turn tonight. You did really good, as a bear. Yeah, if you want to get off this rock, you're welcome to come with us. We could always use, some more edgy people.
We could always use a retarded panda bear.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, we probably could have a couple times.
This is a tough choice. You're basically asking this person to leave the only place they've ever known and give up their golden ticket to immortal heaven in the Sky Realms.
Well, I mean, if it's, it would be too tough for you to do.
I mean, Haken's been at the corner store buying cigarettes for like a couple thousand years now, or whatever, at least a couple centuries. He could come back any day now.
Claxmus claps his claws together, and he's just like, he does like a rainbow motion. Adventure.
I'm gonna look at him and be like, I mean, if you think it's gonna be too tough for you out there, I mean, it's not, I understand.
Yeah, so
they don't think you're up to it or whatever.
You hear a cool voice say something in Sylvan, and you look over and you see that it is the person you keep calling Sephiroth, and he kind of says what he's gonna say, all super cool style, and then he like looks away towards one of the bonfires, and you see that whatever he said has had a profound impact on Knight. And Knight's eyes kind of like are cast down as he thinks about the words that are being said. And Diodario stage whispers to him, to you, Claximus, and says, "Oh, the taller, edgier guy told the shorter, edgier guy that he is way too much of a coward to ever risk losing his chance at eternal life to pursue the adventure he claims to want so badly." It's a little catty, if you ask me.
That's kind of mean.
Do you want me to, toss something in there, or should we just let this sort of play out on its own, boss?
This dude's the bravest dude I know. You say that. Brave enough to make the big sacrifice for all his people. You let him know that. And he couldn't step up to the plate.
While Theodario is saying that, I'm going to put my hand on the Cloud Man's shoulder. I'm just going to look at him while Theodario says that.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, because you're using the Valorian secret technique of putting a hand on a shoulder. Oh, shit. You see his eyes brighten with what might be hope. And you see just the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He nods to you, and then demurely excuses himself from your conversation, gets up, and walks away.
Now all we gotta do is convince that Pixie to come with us.
I thought I heard somebody crying in the background.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. The Pixie has misinterpreted everything that you have said. She thinks that you guys have guaranteed her that if Haken shows up, your ship will still be covered by his return. Because from her understanding is when the captains died, you told Diodario to just tell her whatever she wanted to hear. So Diodario said that Haken showed up from the Sky Realm, and he scooped up the little captain with the missing head and carried him up to heaven.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Diodario, that didn't happen at all.
I know, but you told me to just tell her whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know what? Screw it. We'll go with it. Maybe it's true. He didn't die on the boat. So.
Well, I mean, maybe he did, and we didn't see it happen. But if I recall, didn't we bury him at sea, and a bunch of like creepy ocean insects like dragged his corpse down into the shadowy depths?
Yeah,
I was pretty sure that's what happened. And then Tits McGee, right? She started like lamenting and like clawing at her face and her hair, and like she was crying a lot. Do you remember that? Oh my gosh, that was funny.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Those were good times.
Simple
Our
times.
younger days. Yeah, our younger days. We're all old now. Like Grandma Annalora. Not even here at the party. Her old heart can't handle it. Yeah, anywho, good work, boss. I think I'm going to take the rest of the night off, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, and you see the lights dim in the skull. It is definitely exhausted from all of the translations and whatnot that you had to do. All right, so you guys spend one more night on the island, or are you in a hurry to get off of here? You head back to your ship and get the hell out of here. What's the plan?
Well, we never got to have sex with these hot elven people, so we should have sex with these hot elven.
Is that the plan then? Okay. Yeah. Again, these are passionate people who are stuck being passionate with each other, and so any opportunity to be passionate with anyone else is definitely well received. So they have a very liberated culture in that respect. So it is it's about as exciting as you could imagine it's going to be without me going into any details, because I'm not running a lewd game here. Those are reserved for Saturday nights. Message me for more information. So assuming that is something your character would partake of, this is a pirate game, so whoring and wenching your way through 1,000 islands is definitely part of the job description. There is a copious amount of beautiful men and women and women and men among their people. So go hog wild. Have a great time.
Yay!
That being said, yeah, they are filled with sadness that you must leave them, but they understand that this is not your place, and that if you stayed, perhaps your hearts would only be broken when their father returned and took them up to sky heaven, and you were not allowed to go with them.
Does like the whole crew get
And-
on this, Captain, or is it just like us?
I believe Analora did not allow non-officers off the ship for fear that someone would punch someone or
That makes sense.
cause
That makes
cause
sense.
any amount of accidental damage. So your crew has been stuck on board the whole time, watching with their spyglasses as you fornicate with beautiful nymphs all over their village. So I would say that morale is going to be down as a result.
Well,
Just to kinda keep that.
Chicane's not going to take part, so he'll wander on back
Oh.
to the ship and attempt to
Okay.
downplay what's going on to the crew.
Ah,
Just be like,
okay,
yeah,
so
they're
you're
creepy, weird, incest, bestiality people. You don't want any of that.
okay. Many of the animal people on the ship disagree with you.
Lift will turn into a monkey during the end of sex, inspired by the story he heard Big Brother tell.
You don't pull this trick on Big Brother, do you? Because that would be super hurtful and maybe
No.
exciting. Okay.
Big Brother.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a wild time, to be sure. But ultimately, with heavy hearts, they do have to return to their normal lives of being unbelievably wealthy, happy, and safe. So it's not an easy burden, but they try their best. Big Sister is fascinated by you and your shapeshifting abilities, and because she's the biggest nerd on the island, she definitely, is fascinated by your pixie-like abilities. Lift. Claximus, the whole crabs have two dicks things, doesn't go unnoticed for academic reasons, obviously. But yeah, it's a wild time, to be sure. Sylph Island. What are you gonna do? But now, Analora has already started work on the Shadow Bomb. I'm assuming that's the potion that you started working on. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else you guys need to do on the island before you head out?
Where did we land on that pearl?
Well, Captain. Well, actually, first, do they offer the incense for our job well done?
Oh, they thought that you guys had already agreed to a deal where you left people and then you got to take people off the island in exchange for leaving people, and then they fed you and like had
Wait,
a
who
big
are we
party
taking? Sorry, I wasn't here.
We came up with a deal where we were gonna take 3 pixies with us. But then
we didn't take any.
But you are taking one pixie because one pixie has decided to join your crew.
Oh, Tarina didn't leave?
No.
Okay, cool.
Tarina has decided to join your crew. Because Diodario told her that when Zalnos died, Father Sky Genie came down and scooped up his headless body and took it off to Sky Heaven.
Yeah, all I got is a snake eye bumhole emerald that's 300 gold.
Well, Captain, do you think it's time we said farewell to Zolnos' legacy?
Yeah.
Of his pearl, which I think he used once to identify with.
Yeah. Give it to the spooky devil, man.
Alright, Chicane.
Come on, look at me like, don't say we didn't give you nothing.
Alright, so do you want me to pay the party 100 gold for that?
No.
Or
take it.
Alright, so I'm gonna trade that for 100 gold worth of incense then.
Alright, they trade it to you, no problem. They are happy to get the pearl without having to risk their lives to the giant eels that live off the coast. So they are grateful for the exchange.
Oh, that does remind me. Lift the day before with the longest standoff ever with the Pixies.
Mm-hmm.
had been looking to see if there were any unique herbs to this very singular island.
Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. Okay. Let me see. Desert. Rural, desert, volcano. Why isn't this organized by region? Oh, that's annoying. Desert, swamp, mountain. Hold on. Oh man, that would be great. All right, go ahead and give me a herbalism check.
Okay. And what attribute or attribute?
This would definitely be wisdom because it's kind of going off of like being able to discern as you go, like
Hot
if you
damn.
found anything useful. What'd you get?
22.
A 22. All right. You weren't exactly sure that this was for real, but yeah, as you went through the jungle, something did catch your eye, and at first it was one of those things that like you see something so rare that you're not sure like you're really seeing what you think you're seeing. The plant is called a pargan, and it is basically like a little pineapple-y looking plant that grows very close to the ground. Only the whole thing is like translucent. So the normally like kind of brown skin of like the pineapple, you can just see the sort of golden flesh like all the way through, and then you see sort of the core that makes up the pineapple type fruit. And there is only a single fruit growing on the plant. You have heard that if you were to process this correctly, it would create a potion or a draft essentially, a draught. Am I saying? Yeah, that you could consume or administer that would mimic a revivify spell.
Ooh,
Nice.
Yeah. So it's definitely one of those going through like the 25-cent comic books at like the garage sale, and you see like a super rare one that you were like, what? There's no way this is what I think it is.
that was sure.
But yeah,
Pixie trick.
yeah. You later when there is time, you do confirm that the fruit that you have harvested is in fact a pargan, and it can be used for that purpose.
Claxmus wants to
Sweet.
attempt something. With his
What's going on?
I'd like to attempt something
Okay.
with
What do you...
I want to indulge in my pervertedness Claximus and ask,
Okay.
and I will whip out this emerald that was up Snake Eye's bumhole and
Okay.
ask if any of the elves would shove it up their butthole and they give it back.
Wow, that's super weird. I would say that these people are bored enough, and definitely have sort of a very weird culture, and they also like gems. So yeah, you could probably find somebody that once they've had enough to drink is willing to do that.
Nice. And that's all.
Okay, yeah. I mean, again, this is a very insulated, sheltered community, like that is super bored as they wait for their dad to come back and take them all up to heaven and immortality. So it's the perfect situation for anything goes sort of behavior because they are all that bored. That being said, that's Claximus' own special story. Even Diodario was asleep for that one because he's busy resting up. So you all get back on the ship, and you all head out. Is that correct?
Before we head out, are there any crabs on the island? Like just small little crustaceans?
Yeah, like normal, like crustacean creatures. Yeah.
Yes. So I would ask Chicane to come with me.
All right.
Hey,
Okay.
could you come with me for a moment?
Are you coming on to me?
No.
Then
All
yes.
right. You see that crab?
Yes.
You see those crabs over there?
Yeah.
All right. And you know the darkness spell, right?
I do.
You mind casting that, and then we're gonna go ahead and kill some of these crabs.
You want me to cast darkness on the crabs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On the crab shell.
Is anybody getting a weird echo?
Yeah.
Probably because I'm not using headphones.
Oh man.
It's only slight.
All right. So I cast darkness on the crabs.
All right. Crabs have blind sight in D&D, so it's not particularly effective. But you have cast darkness
Great.
on them. All right.
On the shell, and then I go ahead and I slay one.
Okay. Are you just trying to do this so that the peaceful folk of the village don't see, or were you hoping to?
No, this
affect
is
the
an
crabs in some way?
ingredient. This is an ingredient for the shadow bomb.
Yeah. So you kill a crab that is under the effects of darkness.
Yep.
All right. Do you require
And
anything else
that's-
before leaving the island?
I'll probably kill like 3 of them just in case.
Okay. So while the darkness is going, you go and kill additional crabs under the effects of darkness. All right. What next, folks?
Well, perhaps it's time we set sail to yet another location.
Is it morning? Like what time
Oh
of day
yeah,
is
it's
it?
definitely it's definitely morning by now.
Okay.
I get the
Okay.
feels that after your night of reverie and excitement, you guys would probably need to get on the road. Chicane, if you could give me a persuasion check, or a performance to see how well you can placate, or a deception, to see how well you can placate the crew, because they are pretty ornery about not being able to participate in the party that they can plainly hear from the ship. 2 days of partying that they were not included in.
What is with these persuasion rolls? These are terrible.
Yeah. There's a lot of muttering, like, like about you can't trust a Chilaxian, and what would he know about having fun? It's only fun for him if there's sacrificing people to devil gods or whatever, blah blah blah. So no one really buys any of what you are selling as you try to kind of placate them about what's happening. Alora, even busy with your work, you do notice that there is a dramatic decline in morale since they were excluded from all of these activities. And there is even murmurs that you sold Squall to the people of the island in exchange for whatever fell magics that you were after.
I'm just gonna one day go out to the deck and I'll say, all right, look, you guys need to start working, because the next time we go into port, we're going to go ahead and spend another plunder. And if you're not working, you don't get to spend any of that. So if you want to party, then we better get to shore, to another port where people aren't having sex with their brothers and sisters.
Okay. They all look a little confused. And then they one of them pipes up. I think it's Bill, and Bill says, "Oi, hey, we was looking through the spyglass. We saw everything that was going on. They didn't look like no brothers and sisters."
Bill, who the fuck are you? Oh wait, we just saved you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Bill. There was the Undini, and you saved me, and we hung out in a cave, and
Shut
I
up.
remember this. Look. They might not look like brothers and sisters, but they've been on that island for like thousands of years. Just them. And believe me, they're brothers and sisters.
The leaders are literally called Big Brother and Big Sister. Like they're all related.
Mm.
It was fucking creepy.
Anyway,
Spring
don't
Mumbling
worry.
Danish pushes her 2 index fingers together nervously, and she mumbles to you, "Did any of them look like, I don't know, really old?"
No, they all looked really young.
I mean, trust me, Danish. None of them were your type.
Well, didn't you think it was kind of weird that they didn't have any old people on the island?
No, because they live for like thousands of years. I mean, look at me. Do I look old?
But you're, I don't want to use the word because it's kind of racist, but you're like an elf. I mean, isn't that what elves do?
Yeah, and what do you think they are? I mean, they're not elves, but...
No, they're just, air genasi.
They're sylphs. Please use the correct term.
Well, I know. She kind of blushes.
She's right. They were Air Genasi. Don't worry.
She kind of blushes a little bit, and she's like, yeah, but that's just, a fancy way of saying it. Like, when people call my people faveld, it's because they don't want to be rude and say half-elf or half-orc.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a half-elf.
I'm just
now get back to work.
Okay. And she kind of goes back to work.
She does bring up a good point, though. Where are the old people and where are the young people? Why are they all
That island is behind us.
I don't want to go back.
Whatever it is, I'm sure they'll figure it out.
I motion for Bill to come over. Bill.
Hi.
Bill.
Yeah, what's up? It's me, Bill. You rescued me from the Undini, remember?
I whip
There was
out
a big flying frog.
I whip out the emerald. I whip out the emerald. This was up one of their butts. You want to sniff it?
Oh, that's terrible. Ah, you're disgusting.
Does he sniff it though?
He leans in close and he says, "Aye, give me a sniff."
All right.
That's this stuff. That keeps me soul and me spirit strong. Thank you, Claximus.
No problem, buddy.
All right. Yeah. So, Mr. Pluggers, happy to have you back. He was not allowed on the island for fear that he would, I don't know, eat a dragonfly or something and get blown up by the Guardian Loa. He runs up to greet you, making his horrible yay sounds as he comes up, and he's getting pretty big. He started out like Boston Terrier size. He is already English Bulldog size.
We really need to get you a trainer, don't we?
Yeah, he's getting big. And he is not very well trained, no. He mostly just makes Kroop's life miserable. That's pretty much what he does.
I go to the crew, and I'm like, I will pay somebody 1 gold a week to train Pluggers.
All right. As you say that, they all get real quiet, and everyone laughs at you in unison. The general consensus is that is the worst gold you could ever make.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 gold. And a sniff of this emerald. Which was up their butts.
Yeah, most people aren't Bill or you, and they're just like, they kind of just like make kind of disgusted looks, and like they get back to work. Some of them turn to Captain Bubbles and say,
Aye, Captain, you got any work for us? Work that's far away from Claximus and his dog.
They say that now, but they'll be back.
Okay.
Claximus, why don't you just talk to Lift? He's into weird things. He likes
An
animals.
offer. Clacksmiths, I mean, I like to sniff stuff. So I might take you up on that later. But, whenever I've got some downtime, I'm pretty good with animals. I
Okay.
don't mind helping out.
Okay. Because I'm terrible. I'm absolutely terrible. Every roll I make has been like less than 10.
I can help, buddy. I got to ride you once. I owe you a favor.
All right, you're back on the ship. Go ahead and give me a animal handling check lift for this initial bonding of you and Mr. Pluggers. Wow. Okay. Mr. Pluggers is unsure about you at first, but sensing that you are a bit of an animal yourself, and that you are cool but rude, like his favorite Ninja Turtle. He warms to you, and you think that things might be okay. You might be able to train this creature.
Thank God.
Yeah. All right. So, what is the first thing that you're going to try to teach Mr. Pluggers? He knows 0 tricks and commands. He just does whatever he wants. His owner has not managed to do any positive training at all.
What's the biggest problem we're having with this little guy?
He eats everything. He gets into everything.
No. Croup kind of scuttles up on his many legs.
He shits everywhere. Because he's always eating. It just goes in one end and it just squirts out the other.
So we need to train him to poop somewhere that's okay, like the bilge, maybe.
Aye, that'd be a great idea. I mean, that's where I always, bucket it down after I've mopped it up. So if he could just squirt it down the opening, that'd be great. Can you do that? Can you teach a beast like this to poop in a certain place? Is that even something that's possible?
There's only one way to find out.
If I know anything about animals, it's no.
All right.
We can try.
You determine that Mr. Pluggers is food motivated.
Okay. So we'll do some. What's his favorite food, or is it just any food?
Exotic fresh bones.
Yeah, he likes bones, and I got a collection of bones.
Okay, give me some bones, and I'll work on it with him.
All right. I hand him a couple of the bones that I took from the haunted mansion.
Okay, and we'll use some positive reinforcement here, and start training him to go potty here. And if he does it, we give him a bone. If not, no bone.
All right, Caesar Milan. You begin the arduous task of training this creature. If you work with him every day, we'll do a check at the end of the week to see if he picks up this basic trick of not shitting all over the ship.
Perfect.
Which will make anybody that's on swab duty happy, because cleaning up Mr. Plugger's shit is one of the least favorite parts of swab duty on the Bumbling Bosom. That being said, how are you guys divvying up assignments? Obviously, it can just be a background thing, but if there's particular crew that you want to set into particular positions, now would be the time to update that in your crew roster. Also, where are you setting sail to next? Is it just going to be a beeline from Haken's Redoubt to Dusty Desert Island?
Well, I believe I have a book called... Hold on. Grog Hovels, which describes taverns and inns along the coastline suitable for patronage by pirates. Is there any close location that we could go to for now?
Ooh, between here and there, let's look over at the map. You got to zoom in real close on this one. But you are down here at Haken's Redoubt. Firegrass right over here. And Dusty Desert is right there. So if you wanted to, you could head over to Magangi Cove and maybe hit up the town of Ngozu and hit up some of the taverns there. You know, honestly, you feel like your crew are testing you right now, officers, because you've only been at sea for literally a day before you reach the other island. And then they got to hang out on the ship in nice weather with plenty of donuts and fresh food and drink and not really have to do anything while you guys risked your lives. And they're complaining because they didn't get to take part in the weird sylph incest orgy that took place on the beach. So you kind of feel like, especially those of you that served under Beardless Dungar, that these people are definitely testing to see how tough you guys are. Because, like, honestly, you guys were at sea with Dungar for, 4 weeks at one point without going into port. These guys have been out of a port for 2 days, and they're already, like,
Yeah.
complaining and causing a ruckus. So
Yeah.
you're not sure how much of it is legitimate and how much of it is them testing you.
I think
You
they're just
almost
trying to
you
be
almost
assholes.
wonder, yeah, you almost wonder if you give in to them now and take them to a port, if they're going to view this as a sign of weakness.
Okay. How about this? There are some random islands around here.
Right.
What do you say we go to one of them and send our crew to explore the island?
Oh, so they can have a little adventure.
Yeah, and then maybe then they'll be more inclined to, I don't know, smarten up
Okay.
because they have to get in danger.
Yeah, so why don't you give me a let's see. Trying to think of the appropriate skills here to essentially discern who is causing the problems right now on your ship. So I would say give me an investigation check and give me a as a group, you guys decide who's going to roll these. Give me an insight check, give me an investigation check, and give me a persuasion check to see if you can discern who is trying to start some shit essentially on amongst your crew. Who is trying to test your guys' patience? Who is basically trying to see if you are soft enough to give in after only 2 days?
I can take persuasion. I have a plus
Yeah,
9
and
to it.
I'll help him with that to give advantage.
Oh, nice.
I
Okay.
can, yeah, I can do the investigation, just watching their attitudes, perhaps with the
All
help
right.
of. Well, can I use Levy for that?
Is she trained?
Or Tarina? I could use Tarina.
Sure. Tarina will assist you. You are pretty sure she's not the one causing problems since she literally just joined and doesn't even know what pirates are or how a pirate ship works.
Yeah, I just asked her like, which one do you think is sketchy?
Oh man.
Well, she can read thoughts though, right?
She could. She could cast detect
Oh, yeah,
thoughts. So are you going to borrow Diodario for these this so that you can translate with her? Because currently she only speaks those two languages. All right. So yeah, I will definitely give you advantage since she is basically going to be using detect thoughts to kind of pick up the surface thoughts of people.
Who has the best insight? Like, I imagine it's probably Lift, but
I'm already helping with Diodario. Sorry, I have no insight to either.
Yeah, my insight's just it's mediocre.
I've got a plus 3 in it. I'm not trained.
That's what I've got.
Well, we're already persuading though, so
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
fine.
Insight will just take the hit.
Maybe
being
Lift and his buddy Fafnir.
Oh yeah.
Fafnir's not
right,
helping any of you.
So Lift and Fafnir, you're not doing like buddy cop trying
No,
to
not at all.
insight. Okay, then
I think
is anyone
Fafnir's
gonna
the
roll the
problem.
insight check? Fafnir, are you the one instigating the mutiny on the ship?
Fafnir doesn't care about any of them. Why would he do that?
All right. So let's see: a 14 insight, a 23 investigation, and a 24 persuasion. All right. Lift. If you didn't know any better, you would say that Fafnir only cares about one other person on the ship besides Fafnir, and that is that citrine lady that you guys rescued. Seems to be the only person that he's interested in.
It's not me.
Yeah, this comes as a lot of hard, heavy-hitting news when you start kind of snooping around the ship, trying to kind of listen into conversations and feel how things are going. In casual conversation, one of the NPCs is like,
Fafnir, are you the one what causing problems with morale? And he's just like, Fafnir doesn't care about anyone.
And there's like a single tear down your cheek lift when you hear him utter those words. Yeah, it's pretty rough. But as far as you can tell, with a 14, generally people are just kind of repeating what they're hearing. And the story seems to be kind of told ad nauseum that we went to a dangerous place and they got to go have a party with a bunch of beautiful magical fairies, and we got stuck on the ship, and that's not right, and they didn't trust us, etc., etc., etc. Investigation 23. Well, one thing is interesting. This night fellow, Night Cloud, as some people have called him, has stowed away on your vessel. So you do your investigation does turn up that news. So I don't know if you want to throw him overboard or what you want to do with him, but they come up to you on Alora, and basically Plume is like, we found a stowaway. What do you want me to, I don't know, do with him or whatever? Execute him? Like shoot him in the back of the head? That seems like the Captain Bubbles way of doing things.
Is it one of those selves?
Yeah. It's this one. He kind of pulls him along behind him.
Oh yeah, leave him. He's good. But if you guys wanted to talk to a sylph, I guess here's one. He probably won't understand you though.
Plume looks at you, kind of confused, and it's like, why would I want to talk to a sylph? Why would that?
I don't know. A lot of you pirates seem to be very salty that you couldn't have sex with them. So maybe this one.
Man, you know who's doing that.
I know.
He puts a fist on either side of his head. Like right against like the temples above his ears. Well, I guess he's a cat, so right on his ears. And then he kind of looks at you, and you see that the shape that his head makes.
It's Phipps.
Obviously.
I didn't even need the goddamn roll to tell you it was Phipps.
Yeah.
Do you need me to punch him? Do you need me to punch him?
Yes, you need to punch him.
All right. We need to make a show of it though.
Now, Bubbles and Chicane, you guys hear that there are two people causing all the problems, and it is Raoul Brassthorpe and Robinson Blunder Smith are causing the problems. But they didn't start causing problems until your good old friend Deadeyes came back from the island. Deadeyes came back in quite a sour mood, it turns out. Yeah. So apparently something transpired on the island that had Deadeyes pretty upset. Something about favoritism, something about the officers and the captain have been enchanted by the Blue Devil, the Blue Chilaxian Devil. And the Blue Chilaxian Devil has been a bad omen since the first moment they laid eyes on him. If his name ain't Deadeye's Tempest. And it is. So yeah, that's generally the story that's kind of unfolding here.
Officers meeting.
Okay.
So let's call in Drosha and Smaldara. And I guess, who did we promote after Squall?
It was Fafnir.
Was it Fafnir? Okay. So we'll call in Fafnir as well.
All right, I go to Owlbear and I go to Gree. They're to watch the door and to watch the crew. No one is to be in without our permission. And people trying to go in, you have permission to just punch them in the face non-lethally.
Okay. Owlbear looks at you, and he tries his best to
Dear
understand.
Diario, go ahead and just tell him what I said.
Oh, boss, I'm trying. I am trying. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do with this guy. He literally has a -3 to his intelligence, boss. He just kind of looks at you, and you're pretty sure for a second that he just stroked out, like he had like a grand mal stroke and he died. But then he sort of yo-yos his like spit line back into his mouth, and he just excitedly yells, "Hoot!"
All right, then I just look at Gree.
stands-
I just look at Gree, and I just tell him.
Gree nods to you and says, "I understand, Claximus. We will guard the door with our lives."
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
So you guys are having this meeting. You huge bruisers are outside guarding the door.
All right. So we need to do something about the, I guess, morale of the ship. And I was thinking, back when we were on Mr. Plugs and Beerless Dungar's ship, they regularly sent us out on missions, right? They sent out the crew on missions to explore the island.
Dora pipes in. You mean they sent out the problem crew on missions?
That's what I'm saying right now.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You're trying to be sly about it.
And they also.
I still remember a certain ghost ship full of bugs, and I think I'll always remember it for the rest of my fucking life. And I didn't even have to explore it. I got to wait in the boat.
And there was punishment too. I remember punishment. Will there be punishment now?
Yeah, Drosha kind of raises a furry brow, and she says, "Is that how you want to run this ship? With a bloody hour every sunset?"
I'm thinking what we do is we give them a chance. We give them a chance to show us what they're capable of. You know, a lot of the people on the ship haven't really been able to show their skills, right? They've always been on the ship and they haven't gotten off the island. We give them a chance to show us what they can do when we're not watching over them.
Show me what you got.
I agree with that. But if it doesn't work and there continue being problems, I say we just, the next port, we tell them, hey, it ain't working out. Get off my boat.
And then I can punch him.
In and says, "Well, here's the thing, all right? You guys are recruiting left and right, and you know what? That's fine. I'm all about trying everything at the buffet. You know what I'm saying? But if we're gonna do that, we gotta hold on to our good people. You know, you took Squall that island, and you didn't bring any Squall back. You know what I mean? And then Scrimshaw, he was the best. He was the best of us. And you shot him. I mean, admittedly, you did the right thing when you shot him. And I mean, yeah, okay, maybe I killed Thanos, and he was pretty good too. But still, it's it feels like every time we get something good, I don't know, they get taken from us.
Well, Zendara, did you want us to drag Squall back onto the ship against his will?
No,
when he didn't want to do this anymore.
I'm kind of thinking he might have been bad luck.
I mean, a lot of things has happened since he's been on this ship.
Yeah.
To be fair, that includes all of us too.
I don't think anyone who doesn't want to be here, they shouldn't be here. This isn't a slave trade. We're not forcing people to work for us.
Yeah, and Drosha pipes up and she says, "That is true. You gave me and my people a choice. Those of us who are still here are ones who are here willingly."
Yeah, we're privateers.
Like,
If that helps you sleep at night, then I am privateer as well.
yeah. Look, like, I'm not like most of our good people are pretty happy.
Is you have to know that your friend Phipps has been a problem since day one.
I understand that. Phipps is
That creature was a problem from the day he was hatched.
yeah, it's pretty accurate. But damn, he can sail.
Well, we do have another sailor now.
Yeah. So
As I turn to Fafnir.
that's true. That's true. Always could have, you know.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
this
why
is
don't
like
we put him on an island? We'll
And
put
leave
Phipps
him
on an
there?
island. No.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a group, and we're gonna see how they do together, exploring the island, and maybe that'll help shaping him up a bit.
Or it might make him think he's better fit to be in charge than Captain Bubbles.
You're right. Honestly, I think the only thing that's gonna shape
Small
up Phipps is a
Dara
hammer.
Small Dara snaps her fingers and points at Fafnir, and she says, "This guy gets it." All right. Do you remember when Plug and Dungar tried that shit with us? We just kept coming back like better and stronger each time. Do you want to put yourself in that same situation?
so
So what? You
we-
want us to just kill him?
I'm
can't
just
do that.
saying.
I
I'm
can.
just saying, and she touches where her boobs used to be, and her Besmara tattoo is, like on her collarbone or whatever. She says, "Besmara chooses her champions," and
Fafnir has no problem killing him.
she rolls the dice of fate. I'm just saying, if we send them off on their own adventure, and fate sees fit to return them to us, it's not like they're gonna return them to us humble.
Yeah. Honestly, like Phipps is a big enough problem that we could just literally at the next port say Phipps, it's not working out. Like, get lost.
Right, but that also leaves Phipps the opportunity to go find someone who is stronger to kill you. And that
That's
leaves you
right.
in the same place.
Look, I don't think anybody strong is gonna like listen to Phipps. He'd have to build up his own crew.
You do not think he is capable of that?
Maybe.
No,
I think he's capable of building the crew. I don't think his crew will get very far because they're, he's a terrible leader. Like, I mean, I'm a terrible leader, but I mean, Jesus.
What if?
Well, then you
Small
know
Dara
that
says,
it's quite.
what if he winds up back with Dungar?
That's
right?
no
What
good
if
either.
Dungar? What if he and Dungar run into each other, and then he sells us out to save his own ass against Dungar? Not that would work. I mean,
Wouldn't Dungar just kill him straight away? Because Phipps
Dungar's not
was a part
fool,
of
though.
Plug's crew.
Yeah, he'd kill him after
And-
he tortured every last bit of information out of him.
Well, screw it. I mean, we gotta fight that jerk off anyway. Like, I mean, let's be honest. It's coming. One of these days.
Drosha says, "I do not want to muddy the waters further, but have you given thought that perhaps morale is down because you have allowed a devil upon your ship?"
We allow anyone on our ship.
Yeah.
I am sorry. It was
completely valid.
It is just their people are terrible. They are evil. They do whatever they want. They use whoever they want. They threaten whoever they want. He might seem to be a decent fellow. He might seem to be useful. But a devil is still a devil. And
what race is the guy talking?
Chiliax. The Chiliax dude.
Well, they're talking about the Chiliax dude, but Drosha is the one that's talking right now. Yeah, she's Tabaxi, so a Rahadumi.
Okay, all right.
She's just a big ass Rahadumi, like
Yeah.
7.5 feet tall, 200+ pounds. Yeah, she's a big girl. She's a big girl.
Fafnir does not know about your people, but the saying of the Jalaxians can be said about the how do you call them? The Lorians, where I am from.
Yeah.
They are not the good people there.
No, we Lorians. They do have a lot of enemies.
So like, what do we do about these four then? Like, I mean, it sounds like if we send them out their own adventure, the helds will get big. If we leave Phipps at port, he'll turn on us, and I can't punch them. I'd like to just punch him.
I'm fine getting rid of.
Yeah, but you can't do that. Like, not take a morale hit.
How are you gonna get rid of them? Smaldar asked. You gonna we're gonna give them bilge duty, and you're just gonna happen to be down there and be like, oh, this is my house. Why are you down here? And then you're gonna attack them? That still breaks all the rules that the captain set down for everybody.
No, you do it directly as a form of how do you put it? A show of force for the crew.
Can't we just whip them?
How many times do we have to say we can't do that, given our charter? We're not that kind of.
You only can't do that because you are sticking to your own charter. You are the officers, not them.
Look, we can't just change our rules and charters every time it's convenient.
Yeah, no, the charter's there for a reason. Look, Phipps might be a problem. If we don't think he's right, we kick him out of the crew. We don't kill him. We don't hurt him. Just leave him alone. If he wants to go join up with somebody, then so be it. We'll deal with it when it comes to our door. But until then, there's nothing really to worry about. Like I said, at some point we're going to run across Dungar. At some point we're going to run across all the people that we've pissed off. It's just gonna happen. I mean, the Chiefs are big, but they're not that big.
So, I get that the core of the problem seems to be the fact that we let Chicane onto the boat. Do you think we should talk to Chicane and have him maybe talk with the others and get them on the same page and see where that takes us?
It's gonna be hard for him to do. The only way I could imagine. So there's only one way for people to, people of all races. They all combine. It's a giant ass party.
Oh yeah, Sandar snaps her fingers by playing Queen's Gambit.
Well, that's part of the party thing.
Oh, by the way, did Squall at least return my cards?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Forgot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I give her the cards.
All right. Okay, so you want to do a party? So why don't we stop at a small island and we do a party, and then if we're trying to run PR for this Chicane fella, we could just let him have center stage and try to win everybody over. And if he does a really bad job, we'll just let everybody kill him, and that'll be a bonding opportunity as well.
Yeah. No, but that would be going against your precious charter.
We're not killing our crew.
What about what if we?
I mean, is a devil who fails to entertain everybody really someone you want?
The captain has already named him part of the crew, which means it goes against it.
What? As somebody who wasn't allowed on Orgy Island for whatever reason, Smaldara
says. You're like 12. That's fine.
Well, I mean,
we don't know for sure.
She's in the body of a 12-year-old. But she's not 12.
Yeah, it doesn't make it better. Look,
Deadeyes came back in a huff. Okay, he said that you promoted this dingus. She points to Fenrir right in front of him after he served as translator for you guys in what he said was the most clutch diplomacy of this crew's career. He said that his reward was to get slapped in the face, and you made fun of him, and then you you made Dingus over here an officer, which congratulations, by the way, Fenrir. So he came back and he was mad. He was mad, you know. And Raul, he's always looking to cause trouble. He's just a little shit. And Robinson, he's garbage. Like he's been garbage from day one. Like he's not good at anything. Like I think we just hired him because there were so many other bad applicants that day that he just seemed good in comparison.
Yeah.
And so who was there? The swimming over. He smelled the blood of descent in the water. Your little buddy Phipps. And so now he's got 4 whole people. That's how it starts. I'm just saying.
Okay. So here's what we do, right? We're going to have a good old-fashioned fighting match hosted by Claxmas. The Chiliac is going to fight Claxmas. He's going to win.
Wait.
The fight.
I'm white.
Yeah.
I gotta throw the fight? Why do I have to throw the fight?
Well, okay. Do you remember when we were underlings and, like, everybody hated us?
Hold on. Everybody hated you guys. Everybody liked me.
Whoa. Smoldar says, nobody hated me and Claxmas. They thought we were fucking great.
Yeah,
if they didn't hate me.
But why did they think you two were great?
I'm gonna be honest, Blue. Everybody hated you because, like, Dungar thought you were the best, and he told everybody you were the best, and everybody hated you for it. Yeah. And I don't know why I feel so comfortable telling you this now, but I feel like I have this like youthful abandon, and I just like don't have a filter, and I feel like you needed to know. But we all kind of kept it from you. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
A lot of people. I'll be honest. A lot of people thought you were sucking his dick. Just throwing that out there.
So but why did they like you guys? All right.
Because we were useful.
Yeah. No, because Sindara, you're really good at cards. And people thought you were cool because of it. Claxmas, you were really good at beating people up, and people thought you were really good at it, so they liked you for it. Right?
But why do I have to lose?
Wait, you mean people didn't like me because of my huge tits? You mean there's still a chance that people might like me anyways?
I mean, I like you.
Why would they not? You are not annoying.
I don't hate you.
Oh.
Yeah, we still like you. So.
She seems
I used
relieved,
to like
actually.
you.
All right.
Anyway, Captain, I see where you're going with this, having, what is the Chilaxian's name again? Chicane? Having him fight, Claximus, and Claximus throw the fight. But then you're just going to have a whole bunch of crewmates who are angry at the Chilaxian, and now the Chilaxian just beat one of their officers. What do you think that is going to do to their outlook?
Especially, this is good point, Fafnir, says,
Drosha?
says the, says Drosha Rahadumi. Yeah, she says, imagine if they had just bet money on this match, because let's be honest, I have seen this Chicane. He is wet rag, so there's no way he could beat Claximus in the fight. So
everyone would bet on Claximus, and then suddenly, now they lose lots of money.
Yeah, for losing money. You say that people respect Smaldara for skills, and they respect Claximus for skills. Then perhaps this is opportunity for this Chilaxian to show his skills. His own skills.
I agree with that.
Not fake skills, not artificial skills.
What is he good at?
I have been told
let's
that
see what he has.
People respect me because I am very humorous. I have a good sense of humor. That is why people respect me.
It's true.
Yes, you do.
It's true.
I agree. Yeah. Okay. Here, why don't we call in Chicane, and we call in, I don't know, some of the new crew members that we feel haven't bonded with everyone yet, that people might be jealous of, like Lift, and we figure out their skills, and Fafnir too, because apparently they don't like you.
Why would
and we have them.
Fafnir does not care about them liking Fafnir.
They don't like you because you got promoted.
Why would they not like Lift?
Maybe because he's weird.
You're not wrong. All right, you're right.
He's bear.
Based on the interviews that you did, the only person that doesn't like Lift is the other druid who turns into a bear that at least thought he had something special going and now is basically redundant.
So, he's overshadowed by a wooden bear.
Like Lift.
Yeah, exactly.
Not even a regular.
Yeah, so that guy felt a little bad.
Yeah, we'll bring in Night Cloud. We'll bring in Lift and Chicane and Fafnir and I don't know, Bill and all the new people, and we'll give them a chance to show everyone their skills, like a talent show.
Well, you already know my skills.
Great. The crew needs to know your skills.
Do we know your?
Yes, I hit thing and I navigate.
Captain Bubbles, will we be having this special talent show at sea, or should we anticipate staying at an island?
We should be at sea because we're pirates. I mean privateers, whichever you want to call yourself.
Yeah, we could anchor at some place nice and then just do it.
Should be definitely
But
at sea.
That doesn't solve our problem of the other people who are like butthurt because they didn't get promoted. Like, what do we do to them? Do we talk to them and like, look, like, get your shit together or get the fuck out?
Well, if we can't beat them, then we talk to them. Yeah.
We could do a full crew talent show. Maybe they have something they wanted to show us, but they never got the chance to. It'll be a talent show.
Still,
I feel sorry for Crash.
I feel like we should talk to the problem crew members.
Yeah, I agree with this.
Yeah, if we can't beat them, we should at least talk to them.
Oh, I mean, we can beat them very easily.
That's not what I mean. Like, we're not going to.
Yeah, like...
We'll call them in one at a time, and we'll fucking talk to them like they're children.
You all are very soft. I hope you know this.
Look, man, you weren't a fucking slave.
Look, man, I'm all for punching them. I'd punch them. I'd punch them all day if I could.
Sandara's like, I'll admit that, like, it kind of sucked getting the lash, and obviously we would have fucking died if we were keel-hauled. But, like, I'll tell you what, I don't think I ever worked harder in my life than I worked under Captain Dungar, because I did not want to get keel-hauled.
Yeah.
I mean, when we were there on day one, and that little kobold got dragged under the ship 2 times and got shredded, I was like, well, I guess I'm not fucking up.
Yeah. But, like, is working hard... I mean, is it... I don't know.
I'm not saying that
it is necessary for the survival of the crew and the ship.
These are these are rowdy folk, you know? We're only at sea for like 2 days and we're already dealing with this nonsense. You know?
Yeah. I feel you.
Well, I'm with Sandar. We don't have to kill them, but we do have to punish them somehow. There has to be punishment.
Yeah, like look at what happened to Zalnos, you know? Like fucking Plug rode his ass every day. Like he was like worked to the bone. And eventually, I don't want to call him out, he kind of got broken a little bit.
But that ended up with Plug getting his head blown off.
Well, I mean, yes.
By the people that were most harshly punished.
But like, there's punishment, and then there's what they were doing, which was just straight torture.
I mean, didn't Plug trying to have him murdered? I mean, we never actually got the whole story on that. Whether he tried to murder like Slick Sill or whatever, or Sly Sill, or Sly Sill tried to murder him. I just heard that like. I don't know. He was like a loose can't. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. So there's a difference between punishment and attempting to work someone to death. Because that's what they were trying to do with Zolnus. They were just trying to get him to die.
I'm gonna put if we're casting some kind of vote, all right. Small Dara is throwing her piece of 8 or whatever into the pot for stricter, harsher punishments, even if we have to update the charter for it, because it ain't working.
Okay, why don't we
throws
take a
his
vote?
into it as well.
Claxon was like, yeah, he takes his piece of 8, and I'm down for punching people in the face who don't listen.
That's 3.
Drosha
Josha.
looks kind of, speculative, and she says, there has been too much turbulence in my far too eventful life. I do not wish to see in another mutiny or a new captain for a long time. I say that stricter, harsher punishments can stop that. Then I too cast my piece of 8 as well. But I would also like to see talent show. I was getting excited about that.
That too. That's a good idea. That's still a good idea.
We could do both. We could do both. Yeah.
So
we
4.
can do that. Captain?
I agree with stricter punishments.
All right. God damn it. So I have to update the charter.
Well, here's
as
the
I
question.
scribble onto the charter.
So we need a way. So, like, you need a strict punishment. It doesn't need to be consistent, like fucking on Dungar Sip, where it's like every day someone got fucking whipped.
No, it should match whatever problem they cause.
Yeah, I agree. Like, the punishment should fit the crime still. The punishment, yeah.
All right. Well, are we gonna put Clocksmith in charge of that?
Yeah, I say we put Clacksmith in charge of like.
There's very fond of being able to do that, but if it's Clacksmith, you want to go for it.
Ooh! Smoldar snaps her fingers again. You. She points to Clacksmith. You're like the new Captain Mr. Plug, and he is like the new Mr. Scourge.
Oh God!
I order him to do it.
Oh my God!
Look,
it's
I suppose, yeah, you can work together.
Back in Gloria, they used to always tell stories about like how the throne corrupts, because like we had some really bad queens. I don't know if you heard, but it was pretty bad.
I know those stories.
Yeah, and everybody was like, "Oh, if I was the queen, it wouldn't be like this." But everyone's like, "You say that, but when you sit upon the throne and you wear the crown upon thy head, things might seem different."
So
and I kind of feel like it's happening, right?
No, I want stricter punishments, but I also don't want punishments to just like happen willy nilly.
No,
like,
yeah.
Punishments only happen when they are needed.
Yes, I agree, and I feel like there should be some sort of jury where they come in front of us, like we explain what problems they're seeing, or we're seeing.
No, it will be a crew. It will be the whole crew will have to be present. That way, the entire crew knows why it is happening.
Right.
Like bloody hour.
No,
not like bloody hour. The punishment's still gonna fit the crime, Sandara. We're just not gonna.
What were you all into?
Well, I want to talk
we
about
were into some shit. That's what we were into. It was crazy.
See, what I want.
Have you ever?
I want like a 3-step system. I want it where like I give you like a warning.
Do you even know what a keel hauling is?
Yes, it is where someone is tied to a rope and thrown under the ship while it is moving.
Okay. Have you ever seen one?
Yes.
Uh-huh. I doubt it.
Okay.
You forget I am a raider.
All right. So I think the 3 guys under the three guys under Phipps definitely get that warning. But Phipps has gone beyond warning. Phipps is beyond that already. It's trial and punishment.
What has he done? What has he actually done to be punished?
He's always arguing with us. Always.
Then the next time he does that.
He has not broken any of your charter rules.
Yes.
We will also
can't punish him until he goes out of line.
We will also have to gather the crew and tell the entirety of the crew of the new charter
Well, we
at least-
want to make sure. We should also make sure that we have like what these like stipulations are, right? So, you know, something like mutiny, probably punishable by death, right?
Oh, yes, mutiny is death.
Right.
Yes.
Slacking on chores, like cut a food wrap.
So
Yes, I was going to say you cannot give them more chores if they're slacking on chores. That defeats the purpose.
I said cut your rations so you don't get as much food.
So out of character, this sounds like you may want to revise your thing over the next week. Even though Lift and Chicane have not been promoted to officer yet, they are players in the campaign. So I would strongly encourage, of course, that you include them in the brainstorming and decision-making process, because, like, it's a fun part of the game to design your ship's charter and how you manage it and all that kind of stuff. So it'd be good to work together on that shit.
Did Lift just say kill them all?
I don't know if you guys want to at some point, like next week, meet up in Discord and talk about it, try to work it out. Probably fast is what I asked about. I don't know your guys' schedule. But
And you guys do have a thread just for like crew management and stuff. I believe that's still there in the Discord, so you can always use that to discuss. And yeah, basically, whatever you guys decide, like the crew will react how they're going to react to what you decide to do. That being said, on Alora, you have all the ingredients you need to make the shadow salve or the shadow bomb that can then be applied to the eyeballs so that you can find your way through the sandstorm and hopefully reach the ruins, Kilia Keep, and all that good stuff. So I'm anticipating that is the plan for next session then.
And talent show.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so
you're not getting away with that.
Yeah, don't worry. Like, there's only like 30 unique pirates on your ship of every race imaginable, so it'll be no problem to do talent show for all of them. For ones that are not for background characters, it will probably just come down to a simple, like, literal skill check, and it'll be like, well, Bill
we should allow teams.
Yeah, how athletic he is.
We should allow teams. That way, it builds bonding.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah. So like, if they want to do like a group play, or like 3 people beatboxing.
So what you should do is post into the roleplay channel your announcement to the crew about the changes to the charter once you're happy with them, and the mandatory talent show, or I guess it's not mandatory, but whatever you guys decide, and then that way I have a little bit of an idea of what we're working with before next session. Sound good?
Right. Yeah. Do we really call it talent show, though? Like, can we think of
something?
It's
like an icebreaker.
Yeah, there we go.
Like
a soiree.
If you guys wanna bring in Chicane real quick to talk to him, I have a couple ideas about what we can do that I can present in character.
Okay.
I tell Gree, let him in.
So Gree brings Lift and Chicane in to make sure that they catch the tail end of this, because you had requested that they go grab them. So, all right,
feels like being called to the principal's office.
Yeah, basically.
All right, Chicane, we've heard the crew is having trouble with you. What are we ever going to do with you?
Yeah, the captain and I sort of heard some rumors about that when we were poking around for some gossip early. What are you guys thinking so far?
We were thinking that perhaps it would be easier for the crew to be okay with you on their ship if they got to know you a little better, and this could be a whole ship bonding experience. We were thinking of hosting
tea parties.
No, we were thinking of hosting some sort of talent show, so you can show off what skills you have, and everyone can see why you are a cool dude.
Am I in trouble too? Because you just said Chicane has problems with the crew. Why am I in here?
Because you're a
You're
weird
here
dude.
because you're weird. Yeah, you're weird. And
Small Dara
maybe-
snickers. She snickers at you saying "cool dude" on Alora, and she kind of mumbles under her breath, "Yeah, like you'd know a cool dude if he whacked you in the face with his dick."
Small Dara.
What?
Where?
You're talking like that, you're gonna get grounded.
I will not get grounded. I'm a grown ass woman.
Then you
I'm
need to
pretty
start
sure she's still
acting
the
like a
same
grown ass woman.
Should we put her in the corner?
That's not very Besmara
No.
of you.
I'm not gonna put.
That's not very
She,
Besmara
knocks
of you.
Over her chair, and she knocks over her glass, and she kicks the chair, and she's like, "I'm not a kid. I'm a fucking grown up."
That's not very, priest of Besmara of you.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell you're a grown up.
Look, just listen to what this guy's saying. He has a good idea.
Okay.
You know, Small Dara, I'm probably the one person on this ship who could figure out a way to give you your boobs back. So maybe you don't want to get on my bad side.
You guys used to be thick as thieves. What happened? What happened?
She told me to get out of her room.
Because she wants to bang people. There's nothing wrong with that.
Because you brought a kid into our room. Without like.
And now you're the kid.
Oh, the irony.
So good luck. Good luck
Children.
getting laid.
Stop your arguing, I'm gonna turn the ship around.
No,
Nobody
you
left
won't.
you.
We're still
you
heading
won't.
back.
Yeah, you don't even know how.
There's a lot of tension.
I'm very good pilot.
I rolled.
I like this small even more now.
You guys want to just pass this around and we can talk?
Pass what around?
The microphone. let's air it out.
Passing
Let,
it around.
Let's air it out.
Passing around Small Dara?
No.
No.
The microphone.
The talking stick.
Yeah, the talking stick. Let's do it.
Fafnir will go last.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's pass around this talking stick. Here you go, back.
Who has it first?
We're gonna let you know what? I know exactly who we should let go first. Adir Dario should go
Good.
first.
Nah, give it to small Dara. Diodario doesn't have hands. Give it to small Dara first.
I would hold it for him, of course.
No, give it to Lift and Chicane. I'm actually packing up and driving back to my house.
Give it to Chicane.
All right, Chicane.
Barrett, why? You're just 9 hours early for work. You just,
I know. I could just sleep under my desk.
I passed the talking stick to Lift.
Hi, my name's Lift.
Yes, we know. Get on with it.
So
If you have grievances, this is now your time to air them out.
I feel like I've been wrongly accused by the dragon over there. He gives me nothing but problems, and I've only been a friend.
Look, Lift. That dude over there gives problems to everybody. So
You don't have the talking stick. Please be quiet.
I'm the captain.
You gotta be quiet. This is the talking stick.
I'd like to know why Fafnir does not return my love, and I throw Fafnir the talking stick.
Fafnir breaks the talking stick.
Hey, man.
You do not have the authority to break the talking stick.
You know what the talking stick was? It was the weapon that turns into other things. I turned it into a talking stick.
You have to actually be attuned to that, so get
I lied to you. I lied.
Fafnir takes the talking stick and he's like, I don't like you.
Alright, there you go.
That is the reason why.
Do you like anybody?
Yes. Many people, in fact. You are not one of them. Do you want to know why?
Raises his hand. Can I have the stick?
No, you don't have the stick yet.
I don't understand.
It is because you came down into my room and never left.
I'm trying to move out. We just haven't been back on the ship lately.
I'll let you
Well,
move.
when you are out, maybe things will change.
I'll let you move in with me.
About it. Can I?
Yeah, you can move in with me.
I look at Fafnir. Can I still call you roommate? Just because?
No.
I thought that was going to be your, epithet. It was going to be Fafnir, the roommate.
No.
Roommate Fafnir.
Is this
No.
why I'm here? Is it about being Fafnir's roommate?
It is not.
Why am I here?
Well, you're here because we wanted to talk to you, and now we're doing the talking stick.
All right, here's the stick. I'm confused. If this isn't about roommates or potions that make animals talk, I don't know what's going on.
Oh, okay. We're just,
You're here because a lot of the crew doesn't like you. Not just me.
Oh.
No.
And so
I like
we are
you.
trying to fix this.
I think most of the crew is fine with Lift.
Yeah, I like Lift. I think the only person who has a problem with Lift is the other druid and you. And maybe the fire genasi.
So probably 3 people.
I think
but
Lift
as
is
soon
grand.
as you're out of my room, it might be down to 2. So
I'll help you move out, Lift. I'll help you move out.
All right.
Claxmas.
All right. Who wants the talking stick now?
To Chicane.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and they don't like Chicane because he's a Chilaxian, but that's it. Here you go.
Alright. So there was some mention of a talent show. I'm not sure how well that'll go over with the crew. Also, the crew is very large, so that could take quite a long time. However, pirates are notorious for liking 4 things: drinking, gambling, fighting, and whoring. So obviously, we don't have any whores around here, so we can't handle that. But you mentioned stopping over at a nearby island. How about we combine the drinking and the fighting and the gambling into one big sort of event? So we could have fights, and then we could have people gambling on the fights. There could be drinking, and then if we're going to be willing to show my value to the crew, I can just help to sort of patch people up after their fights. And I mean, like, everybody likes not feeling like shit, so they'll like it when I make them feel not like shit.
Can I have the talking stick?
Absolutely.
I like your idea, by the way.
So, the last 2 times that we've done play fighting, many people have died.
Sounds like an easy way to get rid of problem crew.
Were there any rules when you did that? Yeah, okay, so you established rules.
Absolutely. No, there were rules, and people still died.
What were the rules?
No killing.
Okay, but was that it? Was there any, like, punishment if you did kill?
It was not on purpose.
Was there any punishment for killing?
The punishment was that we lost our captain.
It wasn't really
Okay,
killing, okay?
so-
It was an accident, and then there wasn't, like, firm rules.
No magic.
100%.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm hearing is there was no.
No magic.
What I'm hearing is that
I didn't
there was
kill
no.
my enemies.
It's fine. Calm down, Small Dara. No one's blaming you. What I'm hearing is there were no rules for these combats, which led to these deaths.
I'm
And there were
thinking
no
more along the
consequences for
lines. I'm thinking more along the lines of sort of a 1 versus 1
fisticuffs.
arena fisticuffs fight. Yeah.
Yeah. So you put 2 people against each other, punch it out. If and you make the rule that if you kill someone, you die as well. Then
Or
nobody
you just
will
get
want to kill
left on that island. If you
Well,
kill
no,
someone.
because that gives them the opportunity to get off the island.
You get left under the island.
That does not work because that does not show everyone your skills. And if, say, you get paired up with someone like Gree, then you just end up looking like a loser.
No,
If,
right, I don't,
fist fighting,
I don't
if
join
fist
the
fighting,
fights. I just heal people up after
it's
their
not
fight's
about
over.
you. It's also about the other
It is
crew
about the
members.
rest of the crew as well.
If we put up someone like Phipps against Gree, he's going to get his ass handed, and he's going to feel resentment for that.
Well,
But here's
Claximus
the thing.
Well, you don't
is a
have to-
professional. Claximus is a professional gladiator. Just have Claximus pick out who fights who, and then nobody would
Yeah.
argue with it because they know he's a professional.
You don't
And he
have
will
to
be
have.
able to know.
it doesn't have to be a mandatory fight. Like, we could just let the people that want to fight, and the other people could just gamble and drink. Like, it's not like they're not going to enjoy that.
And it doesn't have to be a
about
fisticuffs
this.
fight, right? What happens if it's a battle of skills?
Don't we do?
A battle of skills.
We could also
don't you do that every night?
That could work too.
We
Yeah.
could play
So-
Queen's Gambit.
So back up north, we had a contest that we would hold over a couple of days, and there would be multiple feats of strength and dexterity. So one of them was log throwing.
So you
cut a
want-
log a certain distance, and you see how far you can chuck it.
So you want like a festival?
Yes.
We can
Yeah.
set up a Bumbling Bosom festival.
Yeah,
with
like
a bunch of events
and it
that
doesn't
everyone
have-
can compete in.
yeah, it doesn't
There's
have to
axe
be
throwing,
Like obstacle
log throwing.
courses.
I'm gonna be in charge. I'm
obstacle
gonna be in charge
course.
of the Queen's Gambit tournament. I'm gonna get all that organized. I'm gonna be the one. I'm gonna be the card master.
Okay,
That's what
okay.
you have to call me. You have to call me card master. No,
Okay.
Call me card mistress.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like we can make them sailing related activities. Like,
Well,
who
not,
can-
not all of them, because not all of their skills may be related to sailing.
No, not all of them.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is,
alternatively, we don't even have to come up with the events. We can just let people challenge each other in different things, and then we just sort of officiate. Like, we don't even have to come up with the ideas or with the competitions. They just come up with them themselves,
this
and we
guy's
just watch.
Really smart. Everything they said about the devils is true. You're so.
It needs to be organized.
it does need to
It
be
needs to be
organized.
Can we
organized.
call it say it like
Right.
that?
So all that we organize is the rules of the challenge. Like, so we just have, okay, to present a challenge, you have to present it to someone has to accept, and then you two have to delineate the rules of that challenge and what constitutes a win, and then the officers can just oversee the challenge.
I believe it would be wise for the officers to take part as well. At least in certain ones.
That's
They don't all
just
have
it.
to
We'll
take
just
parts
we
in
can
each of them.
we'll set a good example because we'll challenge each other first so that the people know because they're not very creative or smart and we are. So I'll be like Anna Laura, I challenge your old blue face to Queen's Gambit, and then I'll just whoop her in front of everybody. As an example.
Will Anna Laura get sent to the Saturn realm?
I have not actually
I
acquired
wouldn't
that
lose.
card, but it is on my bucket list. Yeah.
All right, who else wants the talking stick?
Oh, do we have to have
One
a stick
more-
to talk?
Well,
One
I think
more
we
thing.
forgot
If-
about the stick.
If we're attempting to showcase various skills to the crew, I've also done a little looking around the ship, and I've noticed that there's not much in way of cabins. For crew, it's all just sort of sleep everywhere sort of thing. So I went ahead and I drew up a couple designs that we can look over, and as a shipwright by trade, I can probably go ahead and start working on some cabins if you guys would like.
You're gonna build rooms for the entire ship.
Do you know how to do that?
I do.
Why didn't you just say that earlier? They're gonna love you.
It's not a bad idea to do both.
It's not
Like
the bad
we said,
idea.
it's not
to
supposed to
both.
be.
Well, yeah,
just
we're
about
obviously
science skills.
we're still gonna do it, but
So how about we open with the fact that he'll be able to make more room, and then we'll say,
yeah,
and then
we'll
we're going to have a
announce that.
celebration.
we will announce that with the new charter, and the celebration will be in celebration of the new charter
Can we-
and the changes to the ship.
Can we name the festival like Bumbling Chilla or Burning Bosom?
Why?
We'll think about it.
The bumbling man.
okay.
The bumbling burn?
the bumbling man.
The Burning Bosom.
The burning bosom? Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Okay, so did anyone need to air out any grievances with the talking stick? This is your last chance. Okay, I'm putting away the talking stick.
Wait, I have something.
Okay.
Moldara?
Yeah.
What about Drosha?
No, I am very pleased that we will not be keel-hauling anyone.
or murdering anyone.
I look at Small Door and I was like, "Is this about Annalura?"
Not 100%, no.
All right. Well, you already talked enough about Annalura, so you have to keep it short.
I just wanted to tell you guys that it might seem like I'm maybe a little upset that you brought me back from the dead as a child, and I want you to know that I appreciate that you gave me a second chance at life, and I'm going to do everything I can to help this crew and be a good crew member and a responsible officer. And
But you still have all of your abilities from when you were before.
oh yeah, no, like it's like I get to do everything all over again, but like better. So it's fine. It's fine. And I'm sorry if I'm a little emotional. I got a lot of hormones that I thought I had grown out of that I'm dealing with. So, and
It's
that's all I
okay,
have to
Small
say.
Dora. You're becoming a woman.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck you. And she takes the stick and starts menacing you with it. And you see her beginning to cast Guiding Bolt at the second level.
I ripped that talking stick out. No, stop with the magic.
Okay. She keeps kicking her chair that she has already knocked over. And yeah, that's all she had to say about that.
Okay.
All right. Sounds like you guys have it all figured out.
This is
It
your
might
last.
not be too late for Fitz Chumlet. Huh?
This
You
is
might
your
be
last
able
chance to freely yell at each other, and you know. Okay, bye. It's...
The last chance Fitz Chumlet was many, many moons ago.
But his character art is so cool.
Okay.
I mean, we have a. Let's be honest, right? It's Fifth Chumlet, and we have Gree now. Like we have Gree.
Yeah. He is best Arc Man.
Alright, I'm gonna stop recording and streaming now.